Ninjago has a lot of characters. As of the time of filming, I don't know how many to be exact, and when this video goes up, I probably still won't have that answer. But this show is thriving with so many unique and diverse characters from the very first season to the most recent being season 4 part 1. And I absolutely adore that because they all have their own personalities, their own origins, their own ideologies. It's absolutely amazing to see. And if there's one thing I also love, it is facts. I absolutely love little bits of trivia, and Ninjago is also full of that, especially for those characters. So, for this video, I wanted to go through and give one fact about every single Ninjago character. It is a very big task, and it definitely wasn't easy to procure this information. But luckily, with the help of Trainerkn from the Ninjago wiki, and also on YouTube, check him out, I was able to get a list together of every single character that we've seen in the show, and I'm going to go through each and every single one of them and tell you something about them. The only criteria for this video is just, are they a character or a creature within the show? As long as they exist, I will be covering them. And I will say, if it does so happen that I have missed a character, I do have something very special for you before I do point it out. Is the grenade a forget about it? But in all seriousness, if I have missed a character, I am majorly sorry. It's just, simply put, if there is one that's just slipped through the cracks, it was more likely that it was going to happen than it wasn't. But beyond all of that, and considering how long this video probably is, let me not waste any more of your time, and let's get into the long haul of talking about one fact of every Ninjago character. Pixel's hair is not only made of metal, but it's also completely detachable from her body itself, which opens up so many different possibilities if you think about it. Does she store stuff underneath her hair? Can she change her hairstyle at any given time? Could that ever even play into the story? Who really knows? And not to mention, does that mean that the metal piece has somewhere to store in the Samurai X helmet? Because how is something that is metal fitting in a helmet like that? Masako is the only character that appeared in the Ninjago movie that didn't have any sort of those design elements brought over to the show. Every character that we saw had some sort of change in any form of capacity, but Masako didn't. It's most likely due to the fact that she had potentially the most drastic redesign of the bunch. She is more older in the show, whereas she's fairly young in the movie. So I understand why they didn't, but it's interesting that she's the only one that didn't take any design elements whatsoever. Zane's Falcon has not been seen since the 6th season of the show, but it hasn't been dismantled, it hasn't been beyond repair, and it hasn't departed in any sort of sense. It is confirmed to still be alive and well, and it has been clarified that it met a lovely robotic female Falcon, and they are nesting somewhere within Ninjago. So rest assured, he is still around. In the Ninjago magazine, which has never really been clarified to be canon or not, Ronin in the 25th issue managed to do spinjitzu. It is presumed that it's not actually canon and he can't do it, but within that issue he remarks at the question of what would the ninja do in a dire situation, and in response he does actually do spinjitzu, and pretty well by all accounts. It was a full spinjitzu tornado. So does he know spinjitzu? Does he not? Who actually knows? Dr. Julian is the only person within the universe of Ninjago who truly knew what Zane's power source was actually made of. He never disclosed the information to anyone else, not even Zane. So the question of what powered Zane, by all accounts, was taken to the grave when Dr. Julian unfortunately passed away between seasons. We may never know the answer, and I doubt the writers would ever clarify because it's not like it's exactly important anymore. So that secret will forever be a mystery, and he certainly never wanted anyone to know, because I just don't think he wanted anyone to think about it in that sense. In Ed's first appearance in the first season of the show, it is remarked that he's a fairly forgetful guy, and you actually see it a few times in the episode where they're taking notes so Ed doesn't actually forget these things. However, in every single appearance after this point in time, this trait is completely forgotten about, and if anything, Ed is actually quite remembering. He actually does pick up a lot of details, and he does keep track of things fairly well. So this personality trait is presumably gone by all accounts, and that might make his first appearance not actually accurate to what the character was truly meant to be. Edna is one of the only female characters within the show who doesn't have any sort of visible lips or lipstick. She shares this trait with only 2 other characters, one of them being Delara in the photo appearance that Trainerkn has, and the other one is actually Akita. This is a fairly exclusive trait, especially considering how many characters are actually in Ninjago, and it's interesting to know why these 3 specifically don't have it. There's not really any inherent link between them, so it's certainly a mystery, or maybe just a really weird design choice. Lou has actually had multiple different hairstyles over the course of Ninjago. It is presumably just really weird design details, but he does canonically change his hair multiple times. In most of his appearances, he does have a hairpiece that he is fairly original to within the show, but it is a reuse of an Obi-Wan Kenobi hairpiece from the Clone Wars. However, he actually has the hairpiece that Nero uses in Day of the Great Devourer and Ninja Ball Run, and in Day of the Departed and Master of the Mountain, he has the hairpiece that Shade uses, and then when you get to Hands of Time, he actually has the same one as Cyrus Borg, which, funnily enough, is actually an altered version of the hairpiece that he has most of the time. So they just continuously change his hairpiece, and we don't actually have an explanation. Maybe he just likes to change it up. Rey is debatably one of the strongest characters we have ever actually seen in Ninjago. At the beginning of Seabound, we see him hold multiple stacks of bags and luggage for him and Maya. That is not light by any account, so he definitely is strong initially there and then. However, he actually lets go of all of that luggage to give Kai a handshake, meaning that he's actually able to hold all of that luggage with one hand, meaning he is potentially one of the strongest we have ever seen, potentially even rivaling Cole. Maya has seemingly visited Shintaro. She remarks at the fact that she knows what Minos are within Seabound. Of course, this is just an Easter egg to that season, but canonically speaking, she is familiar with the creature, which is native and only within Shintaro itself. So for whatever reason, she found herself over in Shintaro. Maybe with Cole's mother, we don't actually know the true answer, but she has most definitely been there, because how else would she know about the creature? The voice actor of Cyrus Borg, Lee Tucker, has remarked at the fact that Cyrus Borg actually speaks with, quote, a slight northern London accent with a hint of silly thrown in for good measure. This actually makes him fairly unique, as British accents aren't exactly all that common within Ninjago in of itself. It's also just really cool because once you realise that aspect to it, you can definitely hear it. So it's a fun little detail and definitely does make Cyrus Borg stand out a little bit more. The white Ninjoid sentries that we've seen a few times within Ninjago aren't the same Ninjoids that the Overlord created within Rebooted. There was some question on whether or not they were simply just repurposed and reprogrammed, but they are not. They are upgrades by Cyrus Borg, and they are referred to as the next generation of Ninjoid army. The white Ninjoid Sentry General, which looks like Cryptor but actually isn't, has seemingly gained some form of sentience over the course of Ninjago. We've seen him once prior to the event of March of the Oni, however then we actually see this Ninjoid twice in the Crossroads within Dragon's Rising, and he seems to have, for one, abandoned his post, but like I said, is just basically at his own free will. I don't know what Cyrus Borg is doing within those industries, but he is most definitely creating life at this point, because this Ninjoid is just simply doing his own thing, but I really like the design nonetheless. Despite in every appearance Dareth has ever made within Ninjago, he has referred to himself as the Brown Ninja in some capacity, LEGO has actually never provided us with a Brown Ninja minifigure. No Ninja hood exists within the brown colour that his minifigures come in as well. So if you ever wanted to recreate the Brown Ninja within your Ninjago collection, you would actually have to rely on a custom, which actually is a shame, and I'm shocked LEGO have never actually banked in on this. Honestly, I hope one day they actually do give us a ninja hood for him so he can finally be the Brown Ninja. Auto is the little robot that Nia designed and installed into the DB Express as a means of autopilot. However, it seems to be that he's not all that good at his job. In the first sense of danger, when they're about to drive off of a cliff, he covers his eyes and he lets go of the wheel. It's only the fact that the vehicle didn't go off was due to some other circumstance. So it seems to be that whatever he was programmed for, it wasn't all that good. And if he was covering his eyes in fear, does that mean he was also sentient? Who knows? One of the first things we found out about Lil Nelson in 2016 was that he was actually 7 years old as of the season itself. However, afterwards, his voice actor David Reynolds actually considered him to be a teenager as of season 11. This contradicts itself because we don't actually think there's been that much time between the two seasons. So his age has been up in the air for multiple years. But as of now, the only explanation we have when it does come to Nelson's age is just simply his age is what you define it, because the writers have never defined it themselves. The only thing they want to make sure it's clear is that he does actually have a job. So, who knows how old he truly is? Jake is a massive fan of Kai, but he seems to be a massive fan of the ninja in general, because he is actually the author of the canon book, the Book of Elemental Powers. And if there's any sort of discrepancy or any sort of inaccuracy, it is because it's an account of his understanding of how things work from his perspective, or more importantly, a kid's perspective. So, if that book ever has something that contradicts things, it basically doesn't matter because it was written by a child. Mistake became a very important character over the course of the Oni trilogy. However, she's also one of the most reused character models and voices that we've ever actually seen within the show. Of course, we've seen Mistake since the first season, but multiple times have we seen a character model in some sort of capacity and a voice as well. It's honestly really funny because a character that is this important now in the history is also just constantly reappearing in different senses. As far as the fact that even after the point of her being departed, she is still seen in season 9 as a Ninjago civilian. So, is she alive? Is she gone? Who truly knows? But in reality, they just constantly go back to that one model specifically. A detail about the Commissioner that's often pointed out in the 6th season is the fact that his eye twitches. It is a very weird and unexplained thing that has a few explanations. One of the things that seems to be the case is that it's when the suspect gives him the slip, so it seems to be some sort of reaction to stress, and we actually know how he relieves the stress. It is the model boats we've seen him do multiple times over the course of Ninjago and the 11-minute era. Detective Simon is actually named after Simon Lucas, Ninjago's senior creative director, and I love when they add those little details in, because having references to the people who work on the show I think is always just a very fun detail. When Detective Tommy was stuck in the ocean after the events of The Last Resort with Detective Simon and the police commissioner, it was being suspected on how they actually got back to the Ninjago mainland. Of course, it doesn't actually matter now because season 6 isn't canon, but still they would have had to have gone back regardless. It was later confirmed that the way that they did it was that they escaped with the help of giant sea turtles. I really wish I got to see that. As the name would imply, the police officer O'Doyle speaks in an Irish accent, and as far as I am aware, he is the only character within Ninjago that has spoken with an Irish accent. I may be wrong, and I haven't fact-checked that at all, but as far as I'm aware, that is actually the case. I'm curious to know if that is true though. Police Officer Noonan and also Officer O'Doyle are always seen on duty together in every episode that they've appeared in. This is basically just to signify the fact that they are partners within the police force, and they're most likely good friends because we also get to see them have some very fun interactions. It's cool to see that these characters actually do have dynamics that we don't actually get to see fully explored in the show. It just kind of signifies the fact that Ninjago is a lot more alive than we actually realize. Police Officer Jimmy actually had a very weird design change throughout the course of the show. We saw him in season 10 and also season 11, and of course we did get the change in animation studio by that point in time. But the design for Jimmy was basically identical, apart from the eyebrows. For some reason in season 10 when we see him, he actually has the same eyebrows that we saw on Teen Woo in season 9, but when we actually get to see him in season 11, he actually now has the eyebrows that Cole has. It is 1 for 1 and it's the only change we actually saw. Very weird choice. This police officer that is simply only ever referred to as police officer has been seen twice within Ninjago and has presumably changed jobs. It seems to be that in his initial appearance he was an actual police officer. However, in season 3 when we see him once more, even though he has the exact same outfit on, he appears to be some form of security guard for the aquarium. I think that's a really interesting little change of dynamic, even though it's most definitely just model reuse. But still, looks like he changed his occupation. The Night Guard from Season 5 claims to know Spinjitzu and also has unlocked his true potential. Now, of course, this is just some way to scare a presumed intruder, or just some way to make him look more tough in the event that he doesn't actually have to confront who potentially may be ahead of him. But what if he's wrong and that person does confront him? I don't think he actually knows Spinjitzu. Hey, maybe he did reach his true potential though. Who actually knows? He might actually be the first Spinjitzu master, but it seems to be that he's a bit of a liar. Echo Zane has not been seen beyond his debut season of Season 6. A very common talking point about him is the fact that he was originally meant to be Mr. E in Season 8. It is really funny, but it has been confirmed that he is not Mr. E. But did you know that it was actually meant to be another plan for the character? He was actually meant to get a comic book series where him, Tai D, and later joined by Zane's Falcon would all go on their own hero-like adventures across Ninjago, and it was going to be canon set between Skybound and Crystallized, but it never actualized itself in any capacity. So Echo Zane is actually 2 for 2 with failed concepts. The Phantom Ninja, or Salil, is one of the most infamous characters that is in any of Ninjago's external media. She has never been in the show, and it doesn't seem to be that there's any intention on bringing her in. But, funnily enough, even though she has had appearances in Way of the Departed, Who is the Phantom Ninja, and the Samurai X Cave Chaos, she was also the first character you introduced to in the LEGO Fortnite collaboration. So considering the fact that she doesn't really have a mainstay in the show, that is a very big achievement for someone who probably wasn't going to get it at some point. Salil's father, whilst unnamed, we actually do know a fair bit about him, but the main thing is that he's actually the mayor of a town we've never actually seen within Ninjago, or mentioned within Ninjago. It is the city of Nom. We don't really know all too much about it beyond where we see it in the Phantom Ninja and Way of the Departed, but it seems to be a lot going on there, and there's been a fair few instances of villain attacks, army attacks, and even the ninja themselves going there, the main one being Cole. The Emperor of Ninjago is actually the reason why Garmadon, after being purged of all of his evil, was allowed to roam about Ninjago with basically no consequence. In reality, and off-screen, the Emperor actually gave him a royal pardon. This was accompanied by the Empress and actually Harumi at the time. I doubt Harumi was exactly pleased with that. But if you ever wonder why Garmadon was allowed to get away with his crimes, it is because of the Emperor. The Empress of Ninjago actually utilizes a hairpiece that is a lot more rare than you would expect. Unlike the Emperor, which uses a fairly common hairpiece, the Empress's one is only actually used 15 times, and not in the color that we see her use it. So if you ever wanted to recreate the Empress, you wouldn't actually be able to use the accurate hairpiece. It is interesting that a character that got so little screen time actually got something so unique. Hutchins was actually meant to have a much larger role in Season 8 than we originally realized. Whilst he does go away with the Emperor and Empress at the start of the season, he was actually meant to return later on within Season 8. He was actually meant to be the main suspect as to who the Quiet One truly was, but in the end it was going to be revealed that he was actually an ally, and he actually knew what Harumi was doing the entire time. I actually really do like this, and I wish they did more with the character of Hutchins, because he does honestly feel wasted considering how much more he was meant to have. The Royal Palace Guards were actually based off of early LEGO Castle Knights designs. When you put the minifigures side by side with the designs, you can definitely see the similarities, the main difference just being the color scheme. But the thing is that it's actually a really fun callback just when you think of Ninjago in general, because Ninjago as a whole was also inspired off of another older LEGO sub-theme, so it's just fun when you get those nice little references. Master Yang has been confirmed to still be residing within the Temple of Air Jitsu. It's been kind of put up in the air considering that we haven't actually seen the temple since Season 7, but it is confirmed to still be around and Yang is still the master of the house. It means that as of Dragon's Rising, it's still floating around, because no matter what, it will fight the test of time. Milton Dyer might actually be smarter than Zane and Cyrus Borg. Tommy Andreasen has actually stated that it does seem to be that he might be the smartest character we've ever seen within the show, and two things in particular have been cited as to why. One, an effective defense system in the form of the robotic dogs, and number two, a more complex virtual world than Cyrus Borg was able to make for the Overlord. It seems to be that Milton Dyer did exactly what Borg did, but just quite simply better. Akino is possibly one of the most iconic characters that came out of the 12th season of the show, but within universe, it seems to be that Akino wasn't originally a part of Prime Empire. It doesn't seem to be that Akino was a product of Milton Dyer, and actually was the creation of Unagami himself, and this actually comes from the fact that Unagami refers to him as his son. Since leaving Prime Empire, it seems to be that Scott actually retained his ability to have his avatar form that he had within the game, as the episode Dragon form has shown him using both his avatar state and also his human state. Of course, this might just simply be an animation error, but it actually does seem to be a very cool little bit of trivia if you consider the fact that he was also the first person to enter Prime Empire. It would make sense considering that he has been there for the longest time. Blazy H Speed actually has a ninja vehicle as her own personal racer within Prime Empire. When we see her within the races herself, she is actually utilizing the Legacy remake of the Lloyd Jungle Raider, and the only difference is that they've replaced the Lloyd Elemental symbol with an R. So it seems to be that she might have been a ninja fan, or Unagami might have been a ninja fan himself. Considering that Vanya was initially presented to us as a princess within the show, it is actually really ironic because she has a lot of personality and also minifigure resemblances with Disney princesses as well. For one, her personality wise is extremely similar to Rapunzel from Tangled. Both of them have small reptilian pets, they have bubbly and adventurous personalities, and parental figures who acted protective of them in order to hide a dark secret. So that's it in the personality department, but then you look at her minifigure itself and her designs within the show, and you realize that her hair pieces were originally used by Disney princesses as well. The first one being used by Mulan, and the second one being used by Anna. Hailmar's name is actually a reference to what he does within his own life, because his name means Helmar in Hindi, which directly translates to the phrase famous protector, almost like he protects the royal family. Chancellor Gulch is the leader of the Geckos, and we surprisingly actually know very little about him, but one thing that has been somewhat implied is the fact that he actually is face blind. This is mainly stemming from the fact that he doesn't recognize Zane in Dragon's Rising, even though he has had multiple canon and not canon interactions with Zane in the past. I don't know why he doesn't recognize him, but the face blindness seems to be the key to it. Gleck is actually one of the reasons why the entirety of the Master of the Mountain plot happens. He is the one that has the necklace that actually has Lily on it. However, it seems to be that his minifigure doesn't actually resemble that design detail, as there is no depiction on it in Lego form. But what makes it even stranger is that Gleck's minifigure is actually wrong in comparison to his show variants. He is actually completely color switched and completely design switched with another gecko called Ginkle. There's no explanation to this, but yeah, there seems to be a lot wrong with Gleck. Mutessa is the only of the Gekko and the Munts that actually changes her outfit throughout the entirety of Ninjago. She has two outfits, one being a dress that she uses as a queen, and the other one being a battle suit which she uses for combat. It is very cool that she got those distinctions, but like I said, she's the only one that actually got them. Mert is actually named after his own father, being Mert. It is the family of Merts, and that is a very brief fact, and I wanted to bring it up, so I'm going to give you one more, which is even stranger. In the Master of the Mountain Lego set, for some reason he appears in every single set that also includes the Shadow Blade of Deliverance. I don't know why, it's just they seem to be synonymous when it does come to Lego form. So if you have the minifigure and not the blade, I think I know you got it off of Bricklink. Twitchy Tim is actually the first of any of the ninja's allies that actually defeated the main antagonist of the own respective season and or special. He is the one that takes out Ronin by crashing his own catamaran into Ronin's monster. And you may wonder why that's significant. Well, that's because this is 10 years into Ninjago by this point. So the fact that it's taken that long is actually really interesting. But Twitchy Tim takes the gold medal. Benthamar is actually a different type of Malopian in comparison to every other Malopian we've seen within Ninjago. He is one of a kind and we have no explanation on what or who he truly is. There is an entire backstory to Benthamar that we are simply unaware of. Will we ever get the answers to it? Who really knows, because we haven't seen him since Crystallize, but there's always the opportunity to tell a new story if they do so desire, and Benthamar would definitely be a character that would be cool to go back to. Mini Pick 7 is actually a reference to a staple in both Western and Japanese culture, being the fact that 7 is often considered a lucky number. This does coincide with what we see as well, as Mini Pix was the one that saved some of the ninja and has been the most helpful for Pixel over the course of the 11-minute era. So it's a fun way to call to that superstition, and I really do like that one. These standard Mini-Pix units were all presumably destroyed when the monastery was blown up by the Crystal Council. However, it seems to be that more than Mini-Pix 7 actually did survive, because in the Samurai X cave after the fact, we actually get to see an additional few Mini-Pix units alongside Mini-Pix 7. We only actually see them though for one scene, so it's actually kind of potentially the case that they were in error, but it does seem to be that more units did survive, as there's no other reason for them to be within the Samurai X cave. Sally actually shares a name with a former student of Wu's Academy from Rebooted. However, we do know for a fact that they are not the same character and they are canonically separate. However, this might actually be seen as a missed opportunity because it could have been a really cool way to call back to that earlier instance within Ninjago when the crystallized episodes were occurring. I do think it, like I said, it's a missed chance, but there's nothing overly wrong with it. But she does share names. Alfonso Frohiki is actually one of the most commonly used background models within Dragon's Rising. They just constantly repurpose his model, albeit with different colours and also different colours for the clothes. But in terms of its actual design and frog-like nature and the clothing in of itself, it is completely identical. And it's really interesting to see. However, the main distinction between all the other frogs and Frohiki is the fact that he is the only frog that we've actually seen from the wilderness that has a middle and a surname. Kragnaw initially started out in Dragon's Rising as someone who doesn't like dragons, and outright detesting them and not liking Ryu. However, as the series progressed, he actually started to come to like dragons and even respected Ryu enough to honour him with a medal. So, in the end, we actually get to see him outright help the dragons alongside the ninja, and this is all a callback to his initial message that we first see during his events in Dragon's Rising, where he talks about the importance of accepting others despite their flaws. Euphrasia is the new elemental master of wind, actually being the successor to Morrow in terms of that elemental ability, but Doc has actually confirmed that she has not surpassed Morrow in terms of the elemental abilities, and we know for a fact that Morrow never reaches true potential, so it seems to be that Euphrasia could do a whole lot more than we actually realise, and if season 4 is anything to go by, I'm hoping that we actually get to see what that does entail. Arakor states that he is the last Jin, and that actually entails that the other Jin that we have encountered, being Narukon, might actually have departed as of the events of Dragon's Rising. However, Doc has stated that it's meant to be that Arakor is unaware of the whereabouts of any surviving Jin, and thus assumes that they've all gone. So this actually does mean that we could see more Jin in the future, and maybe even Narukon. I hope we don't, but there's always a possibility. Fritz actually shares his name as the legendary Starfarer played by Cliff Gordon, and this isn't a coincidence. We know, according to Glenn, that Fritz actually did name himself after the character after he found an old Starfarer comic in the Land of Lost Things. So, it means that that comic is still living on to this day. But to expand on that, Spitz also was a massive fan of that exact same comic and also wanted to do his own type of name in remembrance of the character. However, because Fritz was taken, he decided to go with the alternative version of Spitz, and this is due to the fact that he actually has a tendency on drooling. When Bonzel achieved personhood, she actually did choose her own identity and her own body, and she was able to have her own choices in who she wanted to be. And she chose specifically a form that resembled that of a Skullkin, and this was due to the fact that she actually did feel empty on the inside, and she didn't actually know whether or not who she was or what she was. But it seems to be now she actually does, and I love that for her. Xantans is actually afraid of sharp corners on tables. I don't have anything else to note. Apparently he just really doesn't like it. He really just doesn't like tables. Gandalaria has actually lived for at least a century as of the point of Dragon's Rising, and you may wonder how she was able to achieve this considering that she's just seemingly an ordinary person. However, it has been stated that the reason she has such a long lifespan is because of the magic that she wields within Mysterium, so we don't actually know how long she may truly exist. This also could mean that she could become one of the oldest beings within existence. Roby is the owner of the Tournament of Sources, and it's ironic because he shares a lot of likeness to the owner of the other tournament within Ninjago, being Chen with the Tournament of Elements. Both are very energetic and have tournaments involving elemental powers, and it seems to be that they also share the same colour scheme, being red and purple. The only thing seems to be the difference is that one of them is good and one of them is evil. Barry actually seems to be a character that's just constructed out of reused parts from other instances of Ninjago. He actually shares a lot of similarities with the outfits that you would see with just other Ninjago NPCs or background characters. It's actually really ironic that a character that is seemingly becoming more important to the show is basically just made out of reuse. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, it's just funny because it seems to be that he shares a lot of similarities in terms of his fashion sense with others. Jenny was actually a fan of Jay's old game show from Tournament of Elements, being the most ultimate extreme ninja challenge ever, which on the surface is a fun little nod to season 4, but it could also be the reason that Aaron actually got into the ninja to begin with. Seeing Jay on the screen might have been the catalyst that caused him to become a ninja fan. You really do have to consider these little things when you get these kind of Easter eggs. The first Master of Ice is responsible for establishing a Temple of Ice within the Wayland Alps, and it was actually constructed to honour future Masters of Ice. However, it was later used by Fenwick. But I do find it fairly cool because the reason why the Master of Ice did construct the temple up there was actually because he defeated a dragon that was living in a cave nearby. The adventures of these old elemental masters are always fascinating to learn about. The unknown elemental master of Shockwave. We actually don't know too much about this individual. The main thing we know is that they are one of the winners of the Tournament of the Sources, but there is one thing in particular, being the fact that we don't actually know what species they belong to, and that is extremely rare for Ninjago. All we really have to go off of is the facial markings, meaning that he could be either an Empyrean or maybe even a Formling, but we don't simply know the answer to it. It would be interesting if we do get to know one day, but as of now, we do not. But honestly, it's interesting to note that an Elemental Master actually has an unknown species group. We know even less about this unknown elemental master that resembles a green bone warrior. We do not even know his elemental power, and honestly it's very difficult for ones like this, but I can confirm a few things. One thing is that we know for a fact that he is not the elemental master of Figment, which obviously does dismantle the idea that certain elemental powers only pass through specific species. I like this, but again, it's not much, I'm sorry. The unknown elemental master that is a Gekko. Again, very few things are actually known, but I will say that they are one of the few only known canon elemental masters in Ninjago that would have existed prior to the merge to having different elemental ability than the ones introduced in the original series, as all of the elements that were in Ninjago were passed down to generations according to Garmadon, meaning that these elements basically came out of nowhere as a byproduct of the merge, and it's actually just interesting to note that people from Ninjago were getting them. The same thing does apply to the unknown elemental master that is resembling a Hypnobrai, same situation as the one for the Gekko. And also, in similar vein to what we've also talked about with the Greenbone Warrior, we do know for a fact that this elemental master is not a master of Quake. Obviously, I'm wondering if this is a inherency when it does come to Frack. The elemental master of Kismet is an anthropomorphic frog, being the same species as Frohiki, and it's interesting to note that they're the only known elemental master of this species. It's a fairly unique thing to have, and I guess he seems to be the only one. Of course, there may be one real later on, because as of now we're only on season 4 part 1, but it's still interesting nonetheless. So he is the only one of the frogs. Zarkar is one of few anthropomorphic tigers that we have encountered throughout Ninjago, the other one mainly being Raz, but interestingly Zarkar actually takes a lot from Raz in terms of his design details. It makes sense, but also you can really see where the assets did come from. His robe is a reuse of the robe that Raz had in the episode Absolute Power, just in a different colour. And in terms of different colours as well, Zarkar's eyes are green instead of the orange and red that Raz has, and has light bluish or grey stripes instead of the pink or red ones. And the last one being that his chin is also shorter in terms of his hair and doesn't have braids. So He basically is Raz, just with a few little bits of differences. Also, he's not the Master of Life. Leo is the elemental master of form, but it's actually really ironic if you consider the meaning of his name in context of astrology, because it's very closely associated with fixed form, stability, and structure. It is painfully ironic considering that he is able to change his outward appearance. But who knows, maybe that was intentional by the writers. The grandparent of Griffin Turner, who we don't actually have an image of, so enjoy whatever I've put on screen, is actually being suspected to have a decent relationship with Garmadon, because we know that Garmadon does reference him verbatim, and it also seems to be the reason why Garmadon actually knew the full name of Griffin Turner at the start of Season 4, as he is one of the very few that is actually referred to by name. So it seems to be that Garmadon was very intertwined with the Elemental Masters. Benton is very commonly associated with being the elemental master that betrayed the Elemental Alliance within the Serpentine Wars. However, it has since gone on to be confirmed that he was actually manipulated by Klaus's dark magic as a means to get him enthralled into the side of Chen. This is actually a very interesting way to confirm that he wasn't actually evil, and it does go on to retroactively fix how we actually saw Benton during the Battle of Time. I really like the fact that he wasn't actually a traitor, so it's nice to know, and I hope people know that now. Sono is a character that we never actually got to have any voice lines for within Ninjago. However, it is interesting that because he is the Master of Sound and he has utilized his power during the Battle of Time, we actually know what his scream sounds like instead. I don't think we actually have an answer as to who did the scream, but we know for a fact that he does, and it's interesting to note that we don't actually know what he sounds like. It was most likely one of the Ninjago cast that did it. Dusk has very consistently had design details be incorrect across all of her appearances. In most of her in-show appearances, the symbol or the bird logo on her torso is gold. However, in most of her promotional art, the symbol itself is actually silver. But now, in the Garmadon comic, it has been depicted as red. So we actually don't really know what the symbol's meant to be, it just seems to be one of those few. Hibernus is the elemental master to come before Zane, and it's often been wondered how he actually transitioned his elemental power. We actually basically had no sort of concept on how it came to be. In the end, a lot of people just simply assumed that the power found Zane. However, afterwards, and as of Season 8, it has been confirmed that he actually went to Zane himself and gave his power to him directly. We do not know how exactly, and it's still very much in the air, and there are plenty of theories as to how, but we know that there was some sort of physical transition between the two, and it was actually originally borrowed from a fan's idea. Levy has an error within its promotional media that we very rarely see in promotional media for Ninjago, and that is the fact that he actually uses the wrong face model for his promotional images. This is something that you will see more commonly within other forms of media like games, but never in these types of instances. And you may be wondering, well, what face does he use within this promotional media? Well, it's actually Garmadon's face. For some reason, it ended up on this model, which I just think is really funny and worth note. Libba is one of the most mysterious elemental masters that we have ever seen, but not for anything directly in the sense of her. It is more in the fact of her relationship to Jay. The thing is that she is the only elemental master as of the time of filming this that we don't actually know the status of. And the thing is that it's very obvious that there has always been some form of plan to actually do something with her because she was in the original plans for Prime Empire. It seems to be that they're not overly sure on what to do with Libba. It's just she seems to exist in this very strange realm. Maybe one day we will get an answer. One of the first things that we learn about Lily is that she utilized the Spinjitzu Burst, an art that is a very interesting and very complicated thing to accomplish. However, it was later confirmed that she is seemingly the first elemental master that has ever actually successfully performed the Spinjitzu Burst, and we don't even know about any other masters since then, so by all accounts there's a good chance that her son was the one who came second. Skylar's mother was originally meant to have an entirely published story that was going to depict a lot of her own life, mainly the involvement of the Serpentine War, why she married Chen, and her ultimate fate. However, this story was not released due to the poor distribution of the Dark Island trilogy at the time, and as of now, it is in LEGO's hands, but it's also not complete, so we may not ever actually get the original story as intended, but it was later given to us in some form of capacity in Amber Spiral. By the time Moro made his first appearance within Ninjago, so much was actually undecided about his character. He actually first appeared in episode 44, The Corridor of Elders, and the only thing that was seemingly confirmed by this point was simply his design, because he wasn't even named by this point, as he was credited as the Ghost General. And not only that, he also wasn't even voiced by Andrew Francis at the time. He was actually voiced by Michael Dobson. It seems to be that they were very undecided when it did come to him by that point, but it makes sense considering that it wasn't even a season. Levo Vespasian Aurus is the first known elemental master that is also the descendant of a royal bloodline. It is interesting to note that it is another very rare instance within elemental masters, as there are only two other that we actually know about, his daughter Zeatrix and also Zer. It is a very rare trait that is mostly taken up by the one family. Out of all of the elemental masters that we see within Hunted, Ash is the only one of the elemental masters who existed as a physical minifigure by this point that didn't appear within the season. The reason why is actually quite unknown, but later on within the Book of Elemental Powers, it is stated that Ash went on to help the ninja defeat Master Chen, but no one has heard from him since. So it seems to be that he's actually unaccounted for the most part of Ninjago's history. All we know is that his elemental power has passed on. Shade has only been seen within 2 seasons of Ninjago, but interestingly, between those 2 seasons, he actually has a different personality and also a different name. Within season 4, he is actually referred to as Shadow, and is much more to himself, he's much more quiet, and he just doesn't really interact with many people around him. However, come season 9, he is then referred to as Shade as we know him now, and he's actually a lot more talkative than we initially had presented to us. So it seems to be that during that time, a lot may have happened in the background, but he definitely did go through some alterations to fit season 9. Jacob is actually missing for a majority of season 4, and this is because he is taken away by Zugu to feed Klaus's snake, and we actually get to see a post-credit interaction where he talks about feeding the snake by himself. However, it seems to be that throughout the season, he has a very good tendency on just magically appearing during certain scenes. He appears in one scene in The Forgotten Element when he's actually there when the Rotojet is initially launched, and he has also stood amongst the rest of the Elemental Masters during the episode The Day of the Dragon. It has since been retconned stating that he was picked up and he just came back at certain times, but for the most part, he seems to just randomly pop up when he suddenly does decide to. Maybe he's not only the Elemental Master of Sound, but the Elemental Master of Teleportation. The Fire Master that we see in Ninjago Legends actually does have a letter on his gi, and it's in Ninjagan, and it actually translates to the letter K in red. It could be a reference to Kai, as he is related to Kai, and it could just simply be a very fun little Easter egg. But people have actually gone on to suspect that it may be an actual hint at what his name truly is. There is a fan name being Kester, but it's never actually been confirmed. But honestly, it is up to interpretation on what that letter could mean. Skylar is considered to be a main character in 2 seasons of the show, being season 4 and season 9. I'm honestly surprised that Crystallize isn't also one of them, but in the 2 seasons where she is considered a main, she actually has an episode where she doesn't have any speaking lines whatsoever. In season 4 it is Versus, and in season 9 it is Lessons for a Master. Just goes to show that being a main character doesn't always give you a spot within this show. Gravis has only ever spoke in 3 episodes of the show, being episode 37 Versus, episode 42 The Day of the Dragon, and episode 44 The Corridor of Elders. But what is interesting is that in those 3 episodes, he actually has 2 voice actors. In episode 37, he is voiced by Kirby Morrow, who is of course the voice actor of Mr. Pale, and then later on Cole. But also, in the other 2, he is voiced by Mark Oliver, who is the voice actor actor for Garmadon. It is not specified as to why they changed voice actor during this time. It may have simply been down to availability, but he does alternate despite the fact that he has very little time in the sun. Bolobo finally received his own official Ninjago minifigure within Ninjago Legacy, but did you know there was also a reference to Bolobo in Legacy as well in a completely separate set, and that was actually Ninjago City Gardens. There is a green sticker depicting an advertisement that has several vines across its print, but it does have an inscription along the center of it in Ninjago, which actually spells out Bolobo, but according to Michael Knapp, it's simply just a reference and there's no further meaning behind it. Mr. Pale actually had a very interesting experience during the Tournament of Elements, as he is the only elemental fighter who did not have a one-on-one Jade Blade fight with anyone during that time, and it seems to be due to Karloff's elimination and the matches having to be rearranged within Versus, and because of it, he is the only elemental fighter that actually got through the first round without fighting at all, so maybe he actually would have been out a lot sooner if he simply had an opponent. Nero himself has confirmed that he actually has acrophobia, which is the fear of heights, and it's ironic because the episode that we do discover this in, which is Spellbound, is actually also the episode where Chen drops all of the elemental masters out of a plane. It is really ironic when you think of it, because Nero was probably very much not happy with the fact that that actually happened, but at least he did get a parachute in time. Griffin Turner is actually being referred to as more than just simply the Master of Speed. In LEGO Dimensions, Chen actually refers to Griffin Turner as the Master of Speed and Time. This is actually something that very rarely pops up again, but weirdly does point up in his minifigure, because the shuriken that's tucked into his belt does also have a clock in it. This may just simply be a reference to the fact that time does slow down when you're moving that fast, or when you do approach the speed of light, but it does also seem to be that Griffin Turner might be stepping on the Time Twins turf. As far as we are aware, Karloff is still alive and well as of Dragon's Rising, but he seems to not have made any sort of appearance within the Tournament of the Sources, and for that matter, there was no mention of Metal whatsoever. It is not known why he is not there, and there are very few masters that didn't show up, but as far as we're aware, he just simply never heard the call, or maybe he just never got an invitation. Who knows? We do know for a fact that he could drive, so it's not like he would have had a difficult time getting there. Tox is able to replicate the power of Tiger Widow Venom, or more specifically, the poisonous effect of Tiger Widow Venom, which could decease a person and severely weaken a Jin. She could have been extremely handy when it did come to Season 6, but that has been confirmed by both Tommy and also the Hageman brothers, so it seems to be that she could have been a lot more dangerous than we actually realized. Camille is actually one of the last elemental masters that we saw in season 4 that ever received a minifigure form, but that's actually quite ironic because she was actually meant to be in the legacy wave, initially speaking, with a handful of the other elemental masters, but she was left out due to production issues, but she was later put into one of the modular sets, and she's definitely one of the best ones that we've seen in a while. Zeatrix's relationship with her sister Beatrix actually mirrors Wu and Garmadon's relationship in a lot of ways. The main one being is that, according to Beatrix, she was the favourite daughter to Levo, and you can actually kind of infer it from the scenes you see between them. But it's similar in the sense that Garmadon does remark at the same thing, being the fact that he says that Wu was always the favourite. So it seems to be that they're meant to be a shadowing on what the Spinjitzu brothers actually had. Geo was actually exiled by both the Munts and the Geckos prior to the event of Master of the Mountain, and it can actually be seen that Geo has no interest whatsoever in terms of his own species, as we also know for a fact that during the Tournament of the Sources, he actively went out of his way to avoid any other Geckos and Munts that may have been within the Tournament Temple City. Cinder has a lot of really weird inconsistencies between his appearance in the show and his appearance within the sets. yes. One thing in particular is that he has a lot of small details, being that his armor is different and also certain aspects of his facial design. But the main one, and may be what indicates a very different path for Cinder, is the fact that in some of his minifigures he is depicted with a ghostly smoke-like tail, but we never actually see this within the show. There is no explanation for this existence, and it would definitely make more sense just to simply go with regular legs, so there seems to be something else going on here, but we probably won't know the answer. Zur is confirmed to be the descendant of a royal bloodline, being the Devonians, but when asked whether or not he does currently hold some sort of royal position, because his father is the Devonian king, it has been confirmed that Zur does not actually hold any form of ruling position, so it's not exactly known what he has done beyond the Tournament of the Sources and where he may even reside. Kizzy is a female name that has roots within ancient Hebrew, meaning cinnamon or cassia tree, and that may not exactly be relevant until you realise that Kizzy in the French and Latin Spanish dubs of Ninjago is actually a male. So it seems to be that whilst the name is based in some form of ancient history, maybe not all of the translations pick that fact up. Obscuria uses the same hairpiece that I noted about Barry earlier on within this video, but what's interesting is that whilst I noted that he also has that hairpiece, which is the hairpiece that many background characters within the Wild Brain era has been using, Obscuria is actually the only female character and elemental master that utilizes this part, so whilst it's common in a general sense, it is still fairly unique to her. Gorge is a Gekko but also the master of size, and it was presumed that the fact that he was a big fig was the fact that he was that elemental master, as he is the only Gekko that has been shown to be much larger than the rest of his native species. However, when he actually had his powers removed from him, he still retained his size, and all the other elemental masters lost any sort of unique elemental feature to them when they did lose their powers, which means Gorge is seemingly unique within the Gekko species, as why is he much bigger than the rest? This is probably something that won't have an answer, but I'm certainly curious as to why this is the case. Maud doesn't exactly seem to be all that intelligent. This is mainly from the fact that in one of her very few on-screen appearances, she is fighting Zeatrix, and during that time, she basically runs directly at the Elemental Master and loses her fight extremely quickly. Honestly, it was not the best sight to see in the world. Ellie is an extremely strange elemental master, because we know basically nothing about her, even though she is in the background of a very big majority of Season 2 Part 2. We don't see her actually fight within the tournament, or even use her elemental power. We don't actually know what her elemental power is either. All we know is that her hands glow white. The only power we know that it isn't is metal. But she does not a lot during this whole fight, and the only other thing we know is that her helmet has a G on it in Ninjago, but we don't even know what that stands for. Treg is an even more obscure case in terms of elemental fighters, because we do not see him partake in the Tournament of the Sources in any capacity, and we also never even see him change out of the tournament tracksuit. There are some very small tidbits that we do know, being the fact that he's not the elemental master of speed, but that is basically it. There is no further information about him, and it's honestly just kind of a shame. Arcrack is the only elemental master that was in the tournament where we know the elemental power, but not the actual name in of itself. Whilst we know that he was the elemental master of propulsion, his name is actually never spoken within the series itself. It was only later confirmed by Doc when he actually did reveal his name in the end. It's honestly a very funny way of discovering a name, and like I said, it is unique to him. Algu is an elemental master that we also know very little about, but we do know that he is actually a very competent fighter. He makes his way through the first round of the tournament, and he only actually goes out to Zeatrix within the second round. So he's fairly good at what he does, and that's kind of all we really know. Oh, and he's bald. Teal'c is a Melopian, and despite that fact, he actually does a very big departure in terms of the design philosophy of the Melopians, mainly being the fact that he actually is a green skin color, and he also has an unusual lack of body markings in comparison to the rest of his species. Oh, and weirdly enough, he has visually defined toes. I don't know how I feel about that one. Henjamin is the last of the elemental masters from the Tournament of Sources where we don't actually know the elemental power. Despite the really cool looking design, we also just simply know very little, as he was for the most part just simply a background character. Again, we've only ever had one confirmed elemental power that he does not have, and that is gravity. Very little is known about Acronix and Crux's mother. Honestly, basically nothing. But the thing is that we do know for a fact that she is not the person who had the elemental powers of time, although it's unknown if her partner also was the one who had elemental powers of time. For all we know, the power skipped a generation, or time powers have a different way of manifesting itself, but we do know for a fact that it was not her. Adara is a character that appears within the Spinjitzu Brothers books. She appears in a flashback in The Curse of the Cat-Eye Jewel, and is an ally to Wu and Garmadon. But what we do not get to see within these books is that she is actually having red hair. There is no other thing we really know about her, as she is very briefly within this book. But yeah, because we don't actually see her in colour, the fact that she has red hair is actually quite noteworthy. Dale is a farmer and mechanic that Lloyd and Aaron encountered during Season 1 Part 2 of Ninjago Dragon's Rising, and we actually get to see him actually play a fairly pivotal role within the episode he is shown. He actually helps Lloyd and Aaron in terms of defeating the Ocean Gang, he actually gives them a fair bit of transition, he helps fix the bounty, and he even offers Lloyd and Aaron a place to stay if they so did desire. He is a very stand-up guy, and definitely was an interesting one to see within the course of the show. And he also does later on make an appearance in Season 3. Andrea Thompson is a councilwoman within Ninjago City, but what is mainly interesting about her is that she does seem to share a name with one of the series' writers and co-creators, albeit reversed. Andrea Thompson seems to be a play on Tommy Andreasen. It is a very fun little reference that I didn't notice until now. The announcer or talk show host is a character that appeared 3 times over the course of Ninjago's classic era. He presented Spin Harmony, he presented the Ninja Ball Run, and also conducted the interview in Infamous. But we don't actually know all too much about him over all of that time, but we do actually get to see the notes that he had during his first appearance in the Royal Blacksmiths, and in bullet points they read, "Tonight's notes, open with joke about conductor's bow tie, present judges, act, troublemakers, don't sound like a swear word this evening, remember, charm, confidence, delicious hair." The story behind the creation of the character Antonia is honestly a very sad one. Antonia was actually based on a Ninjago fan by the name of Antonia who wrote to Brent Miller, and the letter was actually one of the last wishes she had as she was unfortunately ill. Tommy Andreasen though did see Brent Miller's video about it and sought to make Antonia a character within the show in honour of her. Honestly, it's a nice story, and I'm glad that she did get memorialised in this way. Aru is a young boy and a fan of the ninja team, but also does permanently reside within the First Land, and is the only known permanent resident of the First Land that is also a human, although it seems to be that he actually did move there with his parents post-merge and is from Ninjago, considering the fact that he is familiar with the ninja in the capacity that he is. The bank boss is a character that is completely made up of pre-existing assets within Ninjago. There is not much that is actually unique to him when it does come down to it. His face design is the same one as Vinny and a vast majority of background characters within Ninjago. His hairpiece is just a grey version of the same one that Lou and Cyrus Borg use, which is the Obi-Wan hairpiece that I mentioned before, and his eyebrows are a slightly modified version of Dr. Julian's. This makes sense though, considering that he's only ever been seen in 2 episodes. Biker Barry is a cook and the owner of Biker Barry's Buffalo Wings Bar, and it's actually a place where the ninja did reside a few times to avoid the media during their more infamous saga. However, he has been noted to actually be a fairly bad cook, as Cole actually really does want him to work on his recipes a bit more, so they're basically a little more edible. Beatrix and Zeatrix's mother has never actually been mentioned in any sort of capacity. Not in any sort of lingering sense, there has just simply been no mention of her at all. The only time we've actually had her existence acknowledged is essentially by Doc, and even then, we basically know nothing about her, not even her reason as to why she's not in the series. Lord Belgrave is one of the few people that have ever attempted to do the trial by Sphinx. We don't actually know how things ended because the Explorers Club did not want to mention what happened to him. But he is honestly a very little known character in similar vein to a lot others. The only thing we really know about him is that he is the second character within the show to actually receive the title of Lord. Of course, the first one being Garmadon. Benny is a Ninjago City resident that we've actually seen a fair few times over the 11-minute era, but his most prominent involvement was actually within Prime Empire. But the thing is that we don't actually know what his true involvement in the season actually was. He was seen a handful of times actually preventing both the ninja and the police from preventing anything happening with the game, but he has actually gone out of his way to fight against anything actually going on. So potentially he was involved, but we don't actually know the extent of it. Berkman is presumably a doctor to Ed, Jay's father, but we don't actually know much about him apart from the fact that he has advised that Ed shouldn't be straining his muscles. But Ed doesn't seemingly want to take his advice, so either he is not a doctor, or he doesn't seem to be a very good one, or maybe just not simply an assertive one. But hey, doctors in Ninjago exist, and I guess people don't exactly want to listen to him. Big Han is a man who believes himself to be the strongest person within all of the merged realms. We have seen him within the Crossroads within one of the Ninjago books. Clearly he has not encountered Cole or Ray. The boat vendor is a man who is unnamed who resides within Ninjago City and has been depicted being blown away into the sky by the winds of the merge. But what makes it even funnier is the fact that by all accounts he seems to have actually survived this, as we have no documented reasoning to believe that he actually was deceased after this point. Bob the Intern is one of the main people responsible for keeping Milton Dyer's life afloat, as he is responsible for handling most of Milton Dyer's meetings. However, it has been noted that Bob was actually meant to get a promotion from Milton Dyer, but because of his disappearance, he never actually got it. Tommy Andreasen has noted that he really wanted to see that promotion be given. The Bone Collectors are a group of Skulken who have been searching the desert for enough bones to construct a skeleton mech, and they want to utilize this mech to take over the desert accordingly. They were eventually defeated by Cole, but they essentially just wanted to do their own thing. The other thing of note is the fact that they all share the exact same model as Bonzel. Britz Subskian is a character within the Starfarer comics, more specifically the Phoenix War, and he is actually mentioned as being the exact same as the ninja when they were facing off against the Grundle, being the fact that they were in fact doomed. We do not know if Britz ever survived whatever he was doomed to be a part of. Kathy is the only known contestant that we have ever seen competing within Jay's most ultimate Extreme Ninja Challenge ever. As far as we are aware, she may even be the only one, meaning Jay's game show was not exactly a success, but she at least attempted it and she did try her best. So good on her, I appreciate the effort that she did. Kathy's children are 4 unnamed individuals that are the children of Kathy mentioned just before now, and all we really know about them is that they clearly seem to be a big handful, as Kathy is referred to as a tireless mother. So it seems to be that she definitely did bite off more than she could chew when she chose motherhood. Cecil Putman is actually a lot more hands-on with the Explorers Club than you realised. He is presented to us as being the manager of the Explorers Club, but we've actually seen him be depicted handing out the filings of lost members to their family members, which means he seems to be also the bookkeep. Interestingly, he might actually have a lot more to do with it than we actually did realise, or he's just a massive control freak. Who knows? It seems to be the case. The circus clown from Rebooted seems to have had a lot more intention behind him than we actually did realise. We've only seen him depicted a few times within the season, but it seems to be that he was initially meant to be Camille, as Camille was initially going to have a backstory talking about how she travelled the land as a circus performer, and this is the only circus clown we have ever seen within Ninjago as a whole. So it seems to be that there was meant to be more intention with him, but he ultimately fell to the side. We are unaware of the species that Clancy's mother actually is in terms of the Serpentine. All we know is that she has to be either Venomari or a Hypnobrai, as those are the two that Clancy is based off of. There was a non-canon short where Clancy's mother is depicted as Selma, but as far as we're aware, that is not actually canonical to the show. So we may never find out where Clancy truly came from. Claire was one of the most theorized characters within early Ninjago, as she was in the Temple of Air Jitsu set with basically no explanation, and to this very day, a lot of people still wonder what was actually the case when it did come to her. However, it was confirmed within the end that she was actually hired as a cleaner for the Temple of Air Jitsu, and that is why she does appear within that set. She also dislikes having tangled hair. One of the last things that Cliff Gordon did within his life was send off the letter that has Jay's inheritance. He does receive it within Skybound, but he doesn't have it as of the canonical timeline because those events were reversed. And all we know is that it's most likely just stuck in transit somewhere. Jay has tried to mention his relationship to Cliff, to the ninja, but he's never actually been able to prove it because he's never actually had any sort of evidence. Because of this, Jay thinks that that letter is being hidden from him. Clutch Powers is always depicted wearing an eye patch, and it's not because of any sort of medical reason. He doesn't need it whatsoever, and it's reflected in the fact that you can actually see him fairly consistently change the eye that it's actually on. He also sometimes lifts it up to see with both eyes. He keeps it, I'm assuming it's because it's part of his brand, but we do know one thing for a fact. One of the reasons why he does keep wearing it is because it believes that it makes him look cool. I guess so. I don't know, I'm not entirely sure about that one, bud. The construction workers have had some form of cameo appearance in nearly all of the classic seasons of Ninjago. They don't appear in two of them, being the pilots and season 5, but in some way, shape or form, you can always see the construction workers somewhere in every of the classic seasons. This cook that we've seen multiple times throughout the course of Ninjago actually does have a canonical favourite ninja, and it is Jay. He seems to also have a personal disliking towards Cole. Hey, maybe he discovered the love triangle and he did form his own opinion from it. Cyrus Borg's parents seem to be keenly aware of Cyrus Borg's gifts of intelligence, as they have noted to him that his future as an inventor was predetermined by the name that they did give him. Maybe they saw a psychic, maybe they spoke to a master of time or the mind. We don't truly know. All we know is that they were weirdly correct, because he did go on to do great things. Dan and Kevin Hageman have appeared a few times within the Will Film era of Ninjago, but always just as a reference by Will Film themselves. They've never actually been written into a script apart from season 6. The Hageman brothers wrote themselves into Wishmasters hoping to progress the story, because they were writing so fast and did not know how they would get Narukon back into the teapot of Tyran. Dan Vapid actually shares the Lego hairpiece style that Superman uses within the DC subline. This could also be a reference to the fact that they actually do share a few similarities, being that they both work for news corporations, one being Ninjago TV News and the other one being the Daily Planet. Maybe there's more to Dan than we truly did realize. Delphi is a young serpentine hypnobri who went missing during the event of the merge, but what is very weird is that whilst her name is Delphi, the missing poster that we see depicting her being missing actually refers to her as Sylvester. Well, while the inconsistency isn't actually clarified, there could be just some simple ways around it, such as nicknames or middle to last name. The Devonian King doesn't seem to be the previous elemental master of Reflex, because it typically gets passed down to the firstborn child, and Zer is not that due to the fact that he has actually got descendants above him for the Devonian throne, so it's most likely that the previous elemental master of Reflex was Zer's mother. Dwayne has a really weird skill, being the fact that he is very good at catching things. You may think that's a very strange thing to point out, but the show has demonstrated it multiple times. He was able to easily grab one of the Keeper's spears out of mid-air, and he has been shown twice to be very good at catching the golf balls from Mayor Trustable. So I don't know why they've established this really good ability for him to catch, but it's most definitely there, and I want to know where he learned it from. Egon the Extraordinary is a magician within Ninjago that possesses a very interesting looking wand. The thing is that the tip of it is got this translucent blue-like material, which was noted to actually be made of chronosteel. However, based on its appearance, it's actually more similar to Chen's Staff of Elements crystal that we saw in Season 4, to the point where Skylar has even noted the similarities. It makes you wonder, was it actually meant to be that same crystal substance, because chronosteel also doesn't look like blue, so maybe it was some sort of translation error. The fold band that we see within the show are exactly the same as the fold band that exists within real life. Dan Cassidy is the main singer in red, George Cassidy is the guitarist with black hair, Matt Pittman is the bassist with brown hair, and Mark Rhodes is the percussionist. They all resemble their real life counterparts. However, and you won't be able to unsee this, you will note the fact that Matt Pittman's character, which like I said is the bassist with brown hair, actually has the exact same face as Lloyd post-movie design. However, he just simply has black eyes. And I can't unsee it, and hopefully you can't now either. Frack's mother is confirmed to be a Venomari, however for some odd reason she actually has a load of design details that is completely unique to her. She is the only known Venomari to have 2 eyes instead of 4, and she is also the only known Venomari to have lime green eyes instead of yellow. The reason why these differences exist are unknown, but it's honestly a very interesting mystery that hopefully might get answered one day. Frack's uncle seems to shed more than your average Serpentine, considering the fact that Frack has noted that he was able to create a dummy of Wu using his uncle's shed skin. Frack himself has admitted that this is gross, but we've never actually seen a Serpentine shed to this extent. We've only ever really seen scales for that matter, so it's interesting to note that he seems to be a bit different in that regard. Fred Finley has won 8 awards over the course of his career. This is by his own account, but you would have to take his word as fact here. We also don't know what the awards are actually for, but presumably journalism considering that he is a news reporter. And it does go to show the contrast between his rival being Gail Gossip. We always will prefer Gail because she's been around for longer, but fair play for 8 awards if he's telling the truth. Frogter is a doctor within the administration that is an anthropomorphic frog. He encountered Alfonso Frohike during his time in the administration where he actually healed his wounds. This actually caused Frohike to take him back to the monastery of Spinjitzu where he actually attempted to heal Wildfire's leg injury from season 2. However, in the end, he wasn't able to do so because he wasn't familiar with human injuries. He ended up just going back to the administration to continue out his life. Considering that Fugitive's entire shtick is the fact that he is a bird, we've never actually seen him fly unless it's from a depiction from his own account. We've seen him fly from his own stories, but we don't actually have confirmation that he is truly able to do it because the stories in of themselves are lies. However, some characters do believe that he can, mainly being ultraviolet. Oh, and he's also allergic to every type of casserole. Even though we have seen Fugidove's brother within the show, mainly in the episode Ninjago Confidential, we haven't actually seen him interact with Fugidove, which is a shame because I would be curious to know how they actually interact. He also hasn't actually been given a proper name. He's either referred to as Fugidove's brother or, as he was referred to as in the credits, Criminal One. Fugidove's mother doesn't actually seem to get on too well with Fugidove himself, because Fugidove has had some emotional reactions when mothers are actually brought up, so it seems to be that they didn't exactly have the closest bond when Fugidove was in contact with her. We also have no recorded instance of her interacting with her brother. Gail Gossip finally received a minifigure within recent time in one of the Ninjago modular sets. However, it is a shame because she actually did release inaccurate, and this is because the hairpiece that she was based off of actually retired the same year that they actually wanted to release her set. So she finally got the minifigure that everyone wanted, but it was quite simply too late. It's a massive shame. Not a lot is known about Gene's father. All we know that he is actually an evildoer within the land of Ninjago, because Gene has mentioned the fact that him being good will make his father angry. Who knows, maybe he's one of the major villains we've seen over the course of the show, but we have had no further confirmation of this. We just simply know he's up to no good. Gen is a tinkerer within a village that Zane lived in before he became a ninja. He was one of the people who accepted Zane into his village, and nowadays Zane actually does consider Gen and also the other villagers a part of his own family. It's nice to know that Zane knows where he came from. Gerard Gearhead is actually a mechanic that resides within the Tournament Temple City, and he is actually responsible for all of the security bots and the medical bots that we've seen within Ninjago. He's never actually appeared within the show, but he is in the comic series. But it's nice to know that we actually know where these robots are coming from, considering how advanced they truly are. Mrs. Grummiller was the babysitter for Kai and Nia when they were younger, but she also was the constant victim of the two, as they had a very big proclivity for tripping her over. It seems to be that the main thing that she had to stop them with when it came to any sort of arguing or disagreements was quite simply which of them were going to be able to trip her over first. She didn't exactly have an easy time with the siblings. Gweek has the ability to grow a mustache at an abnormally fast rate, to the point where it has been noted by Alfonso Vrohicki that he is the fastest person he has ever actually seen grow a mustache, so it must be very difficult to shave for him. I will also note that the second place behind him is apparently Zane, but that is due to cloaking technology. The skeleton that we see within Asphera's pyramids is actually by the name of Hageman, and it seems to be a reference to the fact that the Hageman brothers had stopped writing for Ninjago by this point in time. Almost like a passing of the torch, but honestly in a very weird and twisted way. Also, if you're feeling very keen-eyed, you will note that the piece of cloth that is on the skeleton resembles the same as Morrow's armor from Season 5. Hiromi's parents, even though they have been confirmed to be deceased after the event of the Great Devourer, we actually don't know the official COD, because even when asked, we actually don't know whether or not their parents' departure was due to the Great Devourer or simply being crushed under rubble. When asked about it, the answer was undisclosed. Hiroshi is the name of the only known explorer to be able to escape Hiroshi's Labyrinth, hence why it is named Hiroshi's Labyrinth, because he appears to be the only one until we actually encounter Lloyd, Garmadon and Wu, and honestly, it's cool that he actually got it named after him, all things considered. Hound Dog McBrag has a reputation that he is trying his best to be able to uphold given any sort of circumstance. This has actually led to the fact that the ninja evading him was one of the first instances where he was truly worried about his reputation being ruined. So, in reaction to this, Hound Dog McBrag, after the events of Crystallize and after forgiving the ninja, still arrested a few of them for a few hours, so we can say that he still did in fact catch them. I'd like to think that the ninja agreed because they didn't want to ruin his reputation either. Indy was trapped within a painting for 3 years with her father. It was initially a space where she should have fun, but in the end it became her own personal prison. It wasn't until she was rescued by the Spinjitzu brothers where she was finally able to live free. Ultimately, another nice story from the earlier days of Ninjago. Intelligent George believes that the moon is made out of donuts. He has no basis for it, it is simply just a conspiracy theory that he does believe. He also is apparently fond of acquiring sufficient amounts of nutrients. The more you know, I guess. The Jamonokai villages for the most part are just designed off of reused assets, but it's one of those when you see it you can't unsee it moments, because you realise that every single female Jamonokai resident actually just has Nia's face print, just with larger eyes. I really can't unsee it anymore, it's kind of freaking me out. J. Vincent the character is of course inspired off of J. Vincent the artist that does music for Ninjago, shout out for him, but in one of the very few times that we actually get a scene within the show, he is actually singing in Laffy's, but it seems to be that the Sons of Garmadon aren't a fan of his singing, as they decided to throw him out. Johnny is a character that we see Lloyd borrow his candy off of to use as a weapon. He is only ever depicted within one scene, and because of it, he is basically made up of parts that we actually get in the minifigure collectible series in real life. His torso is the paintballer from minifigure series 10, and the hair is from the zombie businessman in series 14. The Juggernaut has his name, the Juggernaut, well, for a fairly obvious reason. The name means huge, powerful, and overwhelming force or institution, so it's actually a fairly good pick. However, in the soundtrack for him, he's actually got a different name. He is known as the Guardian when referring to the soundtrack, but it's also accurate because he is protecting Dr. Julian's home, so I guess either or is appropriate considering what you do like. Jonesy is a paperboy within Ninjago City that is actually responsible for the shortage of people able to deliver the mail, because he had a bike that was ultimately broke and it was in the repair shop. We've never seen him back since. Maybe he gave up on being a paperboy. The Kabuki on Chen's Island are actually all very familiar with each other, considering that they spend a lot of time with each other, but when Nia did disguise herself and actually was amongst them off camera, they actually do question her as to where she did truly come from. Nia comes up with a believable backstory as to why she's there, and it seems to be that they took it at face value. In the end, we will never actually see that interaction, but it definitely would have been funny to have actually seen. Kiflin is the commander in the Starfarer comic. We don't know too much about who he is or what he does, but he is presumably the superior to Fritz Donegan himself, as Jay calls Kai Commander Kiflin before saving Cole, as Jay himself believes himself to be Starfarer. So it seems to be that there's a whole fleshed out world that we are honestly kind of unfamiliar with. Koji is a part of the family that we see within the First Lands, and like the other ones of his family, he is simply just remade of pre-existing parts when it does come to other Ninjago characters. But there is one thing that sets him aside in particular in comparison to the rest of his family, being that he stole a design from another named character, and that character's name is Gus. Korgren's father, even though we do not know his name, it's actually for good reason, and that is because he has something that sets him apart from most of the other Metalonians, being the fact that he doesn't actually refer to himself in the third person. He doesn't seem to share that, even though we've only ever seen few that actually do it. I would like to know why he doesn't though. La is the original elemental master of water that was made for external Ninjago media, seemingly out of the knowledge of the Ninjago head writers. However, this was also before the idea for Nia was actually conceived. But now with Nia being the master of water, the question was, who truly is La? So it was later retconned, being the fact that he simply posed as being the master of water, and he was indeed a fake. Leroy has been the centre of a very weird design change, not in the fact that he has got a different torso, face or hair, being the fact that they constantly change his actual size. In his first appearance, he has the mid-range legs, however in season 12, his legs were downgraded to the short version, and then he ends up having normal minifigure legs in Powerless. So it's either he's constantly changing height, or they just can't seem to decide what they want to be doing with him. Lloyd's grandmother is one of the very few members of the Garmadon family that has never actually been depicted on screen, and we don't even know the current status of her, considering that the first and only time we actually heard about her was even before the events of season 1. We know that she was sending Lloyd candy to Darkly's boarding school, but considering the nature of that school, I wonder if he ever actually got it. The Lumberjacks all are very consistent in the designs that they actually use, and most of their design elements come from other Ninjago themes, be it Harry Potter, Indiana Jones, and the minifigure series to be exact. However, the only person that ever actually looked unique amongst them was actually Cole, and that is because he used different pieces from other themes respectively. The Magician from Rebooted is another edition of Ninjago characters that utilize design elements from the minifigure series. However, what makes this version more interesting is the fact that apart from one small detail being the beard and mustache not being present, this is an identical rip to the Magician minifigure from the series first. So it's interesting that he basically doesn't have much change to him, and I'm honestly surprised we don't see that more. King Mambo V is the only Serpentine monarch that has never actually received a physical minifigure. It is a very few and far between category, but he is still the only one of the lot. The others are Pythor, Scales, and Asphera. Like I said, they've all had a handful of releases themselves, but Mambo V simply never had it. Mambo's advisor has not been seen depicted as far as we're aware outside of his initial flashback. He, however, is just simply the exact same design as all of the other Pyro Vipers, so it's entirely possible that Asphera did resurrect him within the 11th season, but there has been no official mention of him in any capacity. Meg Dobson was introduced in season 11 as one of the council women within Ninjago City, but we don't actually see her again until the events of Crystallize, where we never actually get to see speak ever again. It's really interesting that we get to see all these unique designs, quite simply for them to go nowhere, especially considering this design, as far as we can tell, has not been used beyond now. Megan is one of the residents that originally came from Ninjago City but ended up within the community of Lee. Not too much is actually known about her, apart from the fact that she is actually named after the production manager of the season, being Megan Gardner. Michael Kramer the character is a reference to Michael Kramer the musician, who is also friends with Jay Vincent, and he has also of course appeared in Ninjago alongside him. But you can actually see that even though he is an adult, he does utilize the short legs, and that is to represent the height difference between them in real life. The Milkman is a character that we've only seen physically once and in images twice, and it has actually been a very odd character considering his design. And when questioned about it to Tommy Andreasen, he actually said that even though he is commonly referred to as the Milkman, he is actually Ninjago's most notorious criminal with a speciality in dairy-related thefts. Mikloshe, I might have butchered that pronunciation, is a serpent that resides within the crossroads, and is actually a play on and a mirror of what we've seen in Ninjago many times before. Typically speaking, you will see humans that are able to charm Serpentine. However, she is a Serpentine that is able to charm people. It is a very fun little play on terms, and I definitely do like that there is a mirror and equivalent version of it. Mindaro is a father to the daughters that I have mentioned previously, and he is the painter magician. His abilities, as far as we're aware, have only been limited to him and himself. We do not know if these abilities have ever gone beyond, but he is capable of turning any painting that he does predict into a real life thing. Of course, at some point, being his ultimate downfall. Mr. Fengxian is the father of Roby, and you may be assuming that he is no longer within the current realms and he is with the departed. However, he is actually alive and well, and he actually resides within the Land of Madness. But because he did leave, that is the reason that Roby actually is in control of the Tournament of the Sources. And it does further confirm the fact that the one that we see in Season 2 is the first one that Roby is actually hosted. Mrs. Dyer is only ever seen within one episode, and because of that, she actually takes design details from two previous main characters within Ninjago. The face actually resembles Mustake's, or more importantly, Sola's, and I think it's meant to be more in line with Sola's because the hairstyle is also the exact same as Sola. Of course, it is just simply a case of reuse, but it's honestly very interesting to see it, especially considering it's the season right after her. We have seen 3 different design variants for the monks of Ninjago over the course of the show's life cycle, but the thing is that all of them are inspired off of other Ninjago themes. The Library of Domu monks resemble that of the Ithorian Jedi Master from LEGO Star Wars, while the monks that we see in Cloud Kingdom and the Mountain Monastery actually resemble the Roman Emperor from Minifigure Series 9. The motorcycle mechanic is directly lifted from the Ninjago collectible minifigure series. However, what's interesting is that we actually see him fairly consistently between Season 5 and Season 7. However, after that point in time, we have not seen him since. It is unfortunate, and it definitely seemed to be that they wanted to use him a lot, and it's understandable because he's got a cool design, but ultimately, he hasn't really been spotted by that point. Although, there is actually one difference between him in the show and him with the minifigure, and that being the fact that both of his arms have the flame decal. The museum curator actually became the center of a Ninjago timeline discussion, because considering the fact that he seemingly owned the museum, it actually was called into question after we were revealed Dr. Saunders, because it was confirmed that Dr. Saunders was disguised as himself well before the event of the series. So, was he the owner of the museum, or was it this guy? And when asked about it, Tommy Andreasen simply stated that he was just a guy. So it does imply the case that they were basically just having more than one curator at the time. The news reporter is responsible for some of the coverage of the ninja at beginning of Season 6, and it's really interesting to see him really bank in on the love triangle, especially considering the infamy that it has beyond the reaches of the universe. However, did you know that that instance of the ninja coverage is seemingly a very popular show to actually look back on, because we actually see reruns of it within Season 8. The Ninjago City Stage Actor Union is a name for a group of stage actors within Ninjago City, and they are the ones responsible for giving Dorama the certificate of honorable mention, and it seems to be the entirety of the reason that Dorama is who he is and what he does within the event of Dragon's Rising. The Ninjago soldiers are a group of individuals that we see in the depiction of the Serpentine War, but we don't actually get to see them beyond that scope. It seems to be that they were someone or a group of people that disbanded around 40 years before the events of the series. However, it seems to be that their practices do still live on, because in Season 8, we do appear to see another one of these warriors go to defend their village under the threat of the Sons of Garmadon. Warden Noble is a character that we have seen across the entirety of Ninjago, as early as Season 2 and as late as Crystallize, but we have never actually seen a minifigure depiction of him over the course of time. And it's a shame because he actually does share a face print for the most part with the Postman, the only difference being is that he doesn't have a mustache. However, as of Legacy 2026, the Postman new minifigure that we got is missing the mustache, so he is now completely able to be created if you wanted to or desired it. Patty Keys may be one of the very few Ninjago residents that actually might have some sort of remembrance of Skybound. This is because the main thing that she actually witnesses for herself is actually the lifting of Yang's temple into the air, and that is one of the very few things that have survived since the events of Skybound. So whether or not she truly does remember it is a mystery, but it seems to be that she might actually have some sort of inkling on what truly happened. Perry is the other daughter of Mindaro, and it's interesting to note that her name actually does somewhat refer to the role she plays within her own personal comics. Perry actually refers to the mythical beings similar to fairies, who are believed to be evil at first but later good, and it's a reference to her deception towards other people during her time her father and sister were trapped within the painting. She only invited people to the villa to later trap them in the paintings and fight Chroma. Percy Shippleton appears to be immune to any form of pain, because in the scene where we see him depicted, he has multiple arrows within his back. It is interesting because that is actually a very rare condition within the real world, and no other Ninjago character has been depicted as to have it, so it seems to be that he is one of the very few within the statistic. Probably helps when it comes to being an explorer. The Postman is supposedly one of the most powerful characters within all of Ninjago. When asked about his power level, Tommy Andreasen simply replied with 42, which is a reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It makes sense considering that he is also one of the very few characters that have actually broken the fourth wall. In Season 8 he says, "See you next season," and he almost seems panicked by Kai's reaction. So if you have any sort of belief into what Parachute and Kitten has said, he might truly be the first Ninjutsu master. The prison guards have had a change of outfit over the course of Ninjago. Initially speaking, they were actually in brown uniforms. However, come the Oni trilogy, they actually switch out to a blue style outfit, presumably just because that was what most police officers were using during this era. However, after that, and during the Wild Brain era, they do go back to brown. So it seems to be that they just had a temporary switch up. Maybe it was for the holidays. Rachel Sparrow is the producer of Jay's game show, The Most Ultimate Extreme Ninja Challenge Ever. However, it's interesting of note that she also did have Fred Finley as the host at one point in time. After Jay ended up quitting that job, it's presumed that she did end up finding a different host for the show, as we've had no note of the show ever actually ending. We've just simply never actually seen it. The Repo Man is apparently a very skilled handyman when it does come to motorcycles, and it has been noted that he is able to repair or build any motorcycle with his eyes closed. So considering that he's actually labelled as a Repo Man, it sounds like he's actually in the wrong profession. But I have an idea that it may have been utilised by the Sons of Garmadon, considering that where that was revealed was within Garmadon rules. The restaurant owner actually shares his face model with Wu with a very few amount of alterations made to it. It's actually one of the very few instances where we actually get to see what the face model looks like without the beard, and it's just cool to see these instances where it does pop up. The Rice Farmers are the first ever characters that we ever saw within Ninjago. Of course, they're in Ignatia before we get introduced directly to Kai and Nia. They will forever have the mantle of being the first people to be seen in this legendary series. Roque Fengxian is the original host and games master of the Tournament of the Sources, meaning that he is the ancestor to Roby. However, within the show, even though he is depicted, we never actually had the reveal of his name. It was only until Doc revealed it where we actually got to find out what his actual name was. So it's nice to know for reference in terms of Ninjago history. Rosie is the name of Little Nelson's mother, and initially speaking when she was shown in season 11, people thought her name was actually spelt incorrectly, because it was spelled R-O-I-S-E instead of R-O-S-I-E. And honestly, it's really interesting because by all accounts, it could technically be the correct spelling, as it is an alternative version of the name Rose, which is generally used within Ireland. Robo Usher 3000 or Joel was never seen after he left the ninja in Borg Tower, and it's actually been questioned as to whether or not he went on to do anything else within his own life. Well, it turns out that he did. Joel in the end actually married a vacuum cleaner and is supposedly very happy and living out his life. Ronan's daughter has only ever been mentioned in Way of the Departed, however it is confirmed that they initially wanted to include Ronan's daughter in the show itself, who would have been depicted as a teenager or a young adult. It would have been very interesting to have seen whether or not she would have been compliant in Ronan's schemes or whether or not she would have been against them, but as far as we're aware, they seem to have at least a decent relationship, as like I said, Ronan has described within Way of the Departed, but of course, his opinion might be a bit skewed. Ronan's wife is also only ever mentioned in Way of the Departed, and we don't really know too much about her. The only thing that we really know is that through Tommy Andreasen, his imagine of how she would be is quote unquote really demanding. I honestly could kind of see this being the case as well. Again, it's a shame that we never actually had anything to do with her within the show, or even in Way of the Departed for that matter. Maybe one day, but I doubt not. Rufus McAllister, for some reason, is the owner of the original plans for the Destiny's Bounty. We don't actually know how this came to be, but he seemingly has some sort of good connection with the ninja because it's of course not the only thing that he does have from them. Of course, we saw also in the show he had signed ninja gear, so it seems to be that he has some sort of connection in some way, but I doubt they would have given him those. Sammy is one of the paper boys within Ninjago City, but he seems to have a bit more of a complicated relationship than we do let on. In the episode The Kaiju Protocol, he is seen with the police commissioner poking their heads out of a police car after the Preeminent is defeated. So it seems to be that when he's not a paper boy, he seems to be doing some crime in Ninjago. It's never really been expanded on, but it seems to be the case. These two security guards from Borg Industries have actually been seen across a few seasons of Ninjago, but their main role actually being Borg security guards was only in Rebooted. They've actually only ever spoken within that season as well, but they're not named. The security guard on the left is Security Man 1, and the security guard on the right is Security Man 2. That is quite literally all we know about them. The Explorers Club security guards were seen in Season 11 defending the club against the ninja. However, later on within the show, it seems to be that they were letting go, because within Seabound or Riddle of the Sphinx, when the club is being attacked, there is no sign of them whatsoever. Maybe because the ninja succeeded against them in Season 11, they didn't actually see a reason to keep them around anymore. It's honestly a bit depressing, but yeah, they seem to be gone. The Ninjago City security guards all appear to be reusing assets also kind of between each other. They all share similar hairpieces, and some of them are just straight design lifts from other security guards. It is really ironic, but we don't see them too often, so it does make sense. Selma is one of the few Serpentine where we don't actually know where she came from. It seems to be confirmed that there are female Serpentine warriors in the first seasons of Ninjago, but she has never been depicted in any capacity. They may have retroactively said that she was there, just simply off screen, but we have not actually had any official confirmation of that. So as of now, we basically don't know where she came from. It could be anywhere or everywhere. I guess we will simply never know. The ship captain was seen in Season 6 in a boat holding a bottle of a mysterious substance. There has never been any confirmation as to what it truly was, but based on his appearance and his general attitude that we see, it is fairly safe to assume that he was drinking something that wasn't apple juice. I can't say what it is because of YouTube, but I think you know what I'm picking up on, and it's one of the very few depictions of it within Ninjago. Scales Jr. weirdly doesn't share any design details with his mother or father, despite the fact that he is just simply another Hypnobrai. It's weird because he reuses the headpiece of Rattler, even though he should be the one of Scales because it's a custom molded head. There may be an explanation to this, being the fact that it may just be a case that he will get the more accurate head if he gets to a higher rank in the Serpentine army, but as of now, it is very strange to note that he is completely different in comparison to his parents. Smith is one of the very few archaeologists and members of the Explorers Club that doesn't seem to actually hate the ninja. It is a very common sentiment among the Explorers Club, but it seems to not be when it does come to him. And the main piece of evidence for this does seem to be that he's one of the few that actually turned up to Nia's funeral. So maybe he isn't as along with the ideas that the club has all along. I guess he just doesn't want to waste those 10,000 hours. Smith Darrell is a car dealer who lives within Ninjago City, and he seems to be one of the more shadier members of the city that we've ever seen that is not an outright villain, as his marketing is mainly the idea of selling people vehicles under the basis that they could evacuate the city faster when villains do attack. It is a very interesting practice, but I wonder if it is successful considering the track record of Ninjago City. Slug merchants have never actually been seen within Ninjago Dragon's Rising, but it does seem to be that even though they are referred to as slug merchants, they may actually possess some form of humanoid design, given that Candelaria initially mistaken Cole, Zane and Bondel for slug merchants. However, this could just simply be Candelaria just not really realizing what the situation was. So who knows, maybe the slugs aren't actually slugs. The sushimi chef is a resident of Ninjago City that moved into the crossroads after the event of the merge. He later also visited the Cynthia temples after the Tournament of Sources. That is literally all we know about this character. I'm not joking you. Susie Wheeler is a younger girl that was depicted as being an inventor within Ninjago, and is actually seemingly very good at it because for the most part, her appearance has been dependent on being a rival when it comes to Jay. They both continue to compete against each other in the Junk Battle Supreme tournament at Ed and Edna's Scrap and Junk. In the end, she actually wins over Jay to Jay's shame, so she is seemingly very skilled. I wonder where she is now. Not a lot is actually known about the Cybex tribe. The main thing that we do know is that they were in possession of what is now ancient artifacts, and there's clearly some sort of value to them, mainly being a chest vortex. It was found within the Explorers Club, so it clearly has got something that is worth note. But that is basically all we know about them. Tai D was shown a few times over the course of Season 2 and Season 6, however we finally got him in a brick-built form in the Lighthouse Siege from Day of the Departed, but interestingly for the product animation of that set, he is shown to have a different set of abilities than what we saw within the show, mainly being the fact that he is able to fly. I'm very curious to know if that is actually something he could do, whether or not he actually knew it or not. Timmy is a child that resides within Ninjago City Hospital and has actually played the game Delivery Trucks vs Zombies against the Ninja, and he actually was very good at it and won every round against them. Jay has noted that he praised and called him a kid that was after his own heart. It's nice to know that someone was still able to defeat the ninja in some way. Tony the bartender has only ever been seen in the show in black and white, so we actually don't really know all that much about his colour palette. However, we do actually get to see a photo of him with Milton Dyer within colour, so it does confirm one thing about him, being the fact that he is actually a redhead. The tour guide was first seen in Ninjago in the episode The Rise of the Great Devourer, where he is kicked out of a tour bus so the Serpentine could command it and make it into the Serpentine Express. He was presumably abandoned in the middle of the desert, but luckily we do know that he survived because we saw him in the next season in Pirates vs Ninja driving a bus once more. He seemed to not have learned his lesson after the first time. Triel is a friend of Jay Vincent within the show, and we know of her existence because the song that they play in Laffy's is dedicated to her. But what is interesting is that her name is actually a reference to Triel Vilstrup, one of the directors of Ninjago. However, what makes it more interesting is that she is the only character that is based on a real life person who never appears physically within the show itself. Maybe one day. Elias's Trustable's full name is Elias Norville Trustable, and it's actually a reference to the fact that when you shorten his name, it becomes Untrustable, and this is due to the fact that he doesn't trust the ninja and actively dislikes them because of the role they've played in the destruction of Ninjago City. We also know that his name actually is based within Greek mythology. Ume is the final resident of the family that we saw within the first lands of Season 3. She is the only one of the family who doesn't have a speaking role, and apart from the clothes is a reuse of the Euphrasia design, only difference being brown hair. We also know that Ume is the Japanese word for plum. That's, again, all we really know about her. Underhill is one of the other Explorer Club members that was depicted within Nia's funeral scene, and what makes him more interesting is that it is the only time where we actually get to see him without his hat on. Every other time we've seen him within Ninjago, he is always wearing it, so at least we actually know what his hair truly looks like. Vinnie Volson has become one of the most beloved Ninjago side characters that we have ever seen, and whilst he has been depicted since the very first season of the show, he only ever actually got his name in season 10 where he became important to the story. Before that point in time, anytime he spoke or anytime he was credited, he was either just simply not in the credits or just referred to as the cameraman. Luckily now, he is more of a staple in the show. Violet is the wife of Mindaro, the magician painter that we have talked about before, and she is the entirety of the reason everything that has happened to that family actually came to be. They all lived a life of happiness and joy before, although one day she suddenly suffered from an illness and unfortunately departed not long after. That is the one sequence that caused everything that we have already discussed about her, so she is a catalyst in a way that we have never even seen. Vlad Tutu is a dance instructor within Ninjago City, and beside the fact that his surname is a reference to the outfit that a ballerina would use, the other thing we know about him is that anytime he has been moved swiftly in animation, he utilizes the smear frame technique. Of course, that is no stranger to the Wild Brain era, however he is one of the most notable instances as he is one of the easiest to spot it on if you simply slow down any video where he is on frame. Wavern is a resident of Yoganmura, which is in the splinter of the blind man's eye, and this character was introduced in the 16th chapter, and he was based off of a Ninjago OC. I'm not entirely certain as to which one, but it is noted within the comic. William Toughbutt is one of the very few characters within Ninjago that is voiced by the legendary actor Gary Chalk. Any Ninjago fan should be familiar with him because he has only ever voiced 3 characters, but they are all notable ones, being Kilo and Xantans. And honestly, as a Transformers fan, it is great to see him within this show. But yes, he took on William Toughbutt. Yost is an archaeologist and a friend of Masako, and is actually responsible for being one of the people who attempted to map out Prime Evil's eye and the location of the Oni Mask of Hatred, but unfortunately he never actually came back, and we never actually know anything more about him. He may have even been a part of the Explorers Club, we do not entirely know, but he is the only indication we've ever had to those events prior to the ninja going there. Zoro is another resident of Yoganmura, and of course by proxy is another character that is based on a Ninjago OC, and I'm very sorry I do not know the specific source, but it's still very cool that Ninjago OCs are canon to the Ninjago mythos. Reginald Slitherbottom is actually confirmed to be a Constricti, and it's very interesting considering he has a very different appearance compared to the rest of his tribe. This is actually very similar in vein to Frack's mother as well, but the main difference is being that he has pink eyes instead of yellow ones and long legs. He similarly just resembles more of a snake-like warrior. We do not know why they are so different, but they simply are. Another interesting fact is that he seems to have once lived in the Tomb of the Stone Army. Rowan Rockspike is one of the newest members of the Explorers Club that we have been introduced to, but he also seems to not exactly be too good at the job, as for the entirety of the time that we've seen him, he never actually accomplished anything that was all that useful in the grand scheme of things. He's also seemingly very afraid of monsters, as we do actually see him being scared, so maybe he's not really cut out for this line of work. Seafoam Green is another member of the Explorers Club from Season 4, and interestingly, she is actually named after someone that Doc Wyatt actually knows from real life, or more specifically his youth. It is a self-proclaimed rapper with the same name. We don't know if there are any more similarities beyond the name, but that is where she actually did get her name from. It's actually really interesting in retrospect. The illusion variant of young Lloyd from season 4 actually has some design differences, even though he is meant to be the exact same Lloyd that we had back in season 1. One of the biggest ones of course being the green eyes, but that just might be a more updated sense. But another thing being that we can actually see his hair under the hood, which means that the hood is also a lot bigger, and the hair also appears to be a bit longer because we cannot see his eyebrows. They're just very small differences, but they are still there nonetheless. The tween version of Lloyd marks the first time where we've seen Lloyd's dragon elemental symbol since season 7, which is 9 years as of the time of doing this video. It is crazy to think it has been truly that long. Freya is a resident of Umbra Sylvis and seems to be one of the only residents that has actually taken to outsiders, in particular the ninja. For the most part, it seems to be that no one really wanted to interact with them, but she is actually the one that tries her best to help, and even gets other people to do it at the exact same time. She seemingly is going to be the difference of that town, and maybe she will officially become the head of it one day. Brad to the bone is a reference of course to the phrase bad to the bone, but of course that is rather obvious. Another one that is interesting of note is that Doc was once asked where the whereabouts of Brad actually is, to which his reply was, "I'm sorry, but we failed you. In no writer sessions have we contemplated the current activities of Brad." That also goes the same for Jean. Finn Tully is an unknown member of Darkly's boarding school for bad boys. He was initially not really canon as he was in Lloyd Garmadon's blog. However, as of season 4, he is officially canonized, as the evil version of Lloyd talks about the time where Lloyd would have forgotten about the fact that he had pantsed Lloyd. So it's nice to see that he finally has been actualized so far on. Jean is another member of the school, and he is also a play on terms and is a pun for the word genius or evil genius. It is fairly simple in nature, but it certainly does work. And in similar vein to Brad, Doc has also mentioned that he has failed the Ninjago community because he is also unaware as to what Jean has been up to as of present day. Marla is a resident of Wu's academy and seems to be a lot more in the know of the ninja than initially let on, as she is the one who remarks that Nia's true match should be in fact Jay. It seems to be that she might actually have more of a personal relationship with Nia, but it's never been expanded on beside that. Sally is another student of Wu's academy, and interestingly, even though she is not related to Sally from Crystallize, they do share the same name. But what is even stranger is that she is actually one of the very few cases of one of these students actually getting a minifigure, as a version of Sally released in the movie Sublime. Funnily enough, in contrast to that, we have Tommy, another student of Wu's academy, and there is a Ninjago City resident in the set Ninjago City that is also by the name of Tommy, although it is not intended to actually be this student, so he nearly got a minifigure, but in the end, he quite simply did not. Roxworth is a craggling poet that is cited by Roby at the beginning of the Tournament of Sources. It is done in the craggling speech, and we don't actually know what is truly said. All we know is that Arak, who we've talked about before, understood and agreed with whatever was said, so this poet was very clearly good at what he actually did. According to Tommy Andreasen, Fenwick is actually around about 10,000 years old as of the time of season 5. It is a rough estimation and it is translated into the Ninjago Realm's year set, but it does seem to be that he has existed for a very long time. Makes sense considering how much he knows and who he knows at the exact same time. Considering how important Nobu actually was to the episode that he appeared in, he actually didn't get a name within the episode itself. The only reason we actually know he has a name and what it is because of the end credits where it is stated there. At the very least, we actually got the answer, considering that he does have an impact on the story. His name also means faith. Nimbus appears to have more about him than initially let on, as he has electricity running through his center, indicating that he may be some sort of robotic type creature, or at the very least has a high volume of static electricity. We have no indication on which one they are, but it could genuinely be either. If he's a robotic creature though, it wouldn't exactly make sense, as he could very easily have been switched off, but we don't actually know what his true nature is. Marcus is one of the very few unique Cloud Kingdom monks that we saw in Dragon's Rising, because he has a design element that is actually different from all of the others, being the fact that he is one of the only ones where we can actually see his hair protruding through his hood. It is very interesting that he is the only one who gets this, and it definitely does make him stand out more, but it's really strange considering he's only ever appeared twice within the course of the show. Suetonius is the new head writer of the writers within the Merged Lands and in the Cloud Kingdom in of itself. He has a very interesting way of doing his business, but at the very least he seems to have had some form of character development. But anyways, it seems to be that the main question that has been asked to do with him is whether or not he is actually related to Fenwick in any capacity, and when Doc was asked this, his response was not directly no, but maybe distantly, the implication being that the Cloud Kingdom almost has a royal type family. But as of now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Tarkilla is one of the residents of the community of Lee. She is seen in the background when Nia and Jay are dancing around during their undercover operations. Not too much is known about her, apart from the fact that she is named after the production coordinator of Season 3, Tarkilla de Medeiros. I am so sorry if I got that name incorrect, if you are somehow watching this video. Kanjikan is at a very interesting time in terms of Ninjago's media. For one, his name is actually never really depicted because he is typically referred to as the Jin King, that is in the credits and also on the website. But what makes things even stranger is that he does actually have an official minifigure render, and there are a load of little weird issues with it. It has been somewhat confirmed that it was done so you could technically create him from existing LEGO parts, but as we've seen it, it is by all accounts impossible beyond the case of colours. That is mainly in the fact that the beard piece, which is Wu's, does not fit on the Narukon armor piece. Also, interestingly, he has an orange version of the Garmadon face print. Very little is known about Narukon's mother, and it's honestly for a decent reason, basically just being that she isn't relevant to the story in any capacity. But for some reason, Narukon is in possession of her wedding dress, and it's even weirder when you think about the fact that Narukon simply wouldn't have had the time to have gone in Ninjago because we saw him there during its collapse, and also, why would have you had it beforehand? It makes absolutely no sense, but he just appears to have it around. I would like to know why. Very little is known about the Formling leader. The main thing that we know is that he is one of the few 2D animated Ninjago characters that doesn't actually have a minifigure render. But the other thing is that based on his design, he appears to take the form of either an eagle or a falcon. So during the attack of the Ice Blizzard Samurai, he could have potentially have gone away, but he stood by his people like a true leader would. Akita in the Ninjago magazines actually had an additional ability to her Formling form within comparison to the show, that being that in the magazine she was able to control the size of her animal form, which is something that we never actually get to see. It actually would have been really cool to have seen as well. The only other thing is that we also are kind of just unaware as to the state of Akita as of now, and that is Season 4 Part 1. There's a lot of rumour to her return, and the writers don't really want to talk about it, but who really knows? Kataru is confirmed to not only be the brother of Akita, but actually the twin brother of Akita. This explains away why they both do their choosing on the exact same day, because they're the same age. And not only are they twins because of the episode Awakenings, we know for a fact that he is older than her because he does refer to her as his little sister. It is just cool to know those little bits of information like that. Grimfax was the only one of the Blizzard Samurai that was not actually corrupted by Zane. Instead, he actually served Vex and Zane willingly, but it was mostly out of fear of being destroyed. In the end though, of course, he does find himself working against them, and it does ultimately succeed, being one of the second kings to appear in the 11th season. Grimfax's advisor actually doesn't really have many whereabouts outside of the flashback that we saw him in. After Zane's takeover, we see no further depiction of what happened to him. We don't see him corrupted, we don't see alongside Zane, we don't see him after the fact. We simply do not know what came to be of him. Some pretty dark implications there. Sora was actually introduced within the Ice chapter, but strangely enough, she has a cameo appearance in the Fire chapter. In the episode The Explorers Club, Zane briefly disguised himself as Sora. There is no explanation for this, there is no reason for Zane to know who she is, there is quite literally nothing to go by here. It must have just been some sort of teaser for the Ice chapter. Alternatively, it could have been a byproduct of Zane's visions. Boma was also depicted in the Fire chapter before the Ice chapter as well. He was in one of Zane's visions depicting what was going to happen within the Ice chapter. It is weird that Zane can recall people that do actually exist. Alongside that, he is one of the first of the village people that we do encounter within the Ice chapter, and definitely did prove to be helpful when it did come to the ninja. Uthog is another one of the villagers, and he is actually named after Tok Uthog Rasmussen. I'm so sorry if I got your name wrong as well, but this individual worked on Ninjago from the pilot episodes through until season 10, meaning that he was named after him. Crag was actually extremely different during the development of the Ice chapter. Instead of being Crag, he was actually called Dirge, and he was also meant to be a very different type of character. He was originally intended on being a small Yoda-like mentor character, but he was given the role, a different role, because Sora already served that purpose as the mentor. So in the end, he became what we saw, being a Yeti. Andrew is a resident of the community of Lee, but there is a few strange things about him. The non-strange thing is that he is named after the production coordinator of the season, being Andrew May. But what's strange is that his model seems to use the Devonian design, but more specifically the hollowed variant, even though he wasn't by this point. Bit of a strange addition and may have potentially been an error. The old lady Dragonians were not actually seen being corrupted by the Forbidden Five, but it's most likely the case that they were. The other thing that we know is that they seem to be very aware of what happens within the Dragonian villages, as when the ninja need any sort of help, they knew exactly where to go. Exactly what Sora stated, they always seem to know best. These Dragonian Oni worshippers have barely been seen beyond the comic that they were depicted in. However, these are also the only Dragonians that we know to not to belong to Tyr's tribe, meaning that out there in the First Lands are possibly a whole load more Dragonians that we are simply unaware of. But like I said, these are the only ones that we do know about. Faith was at the center of one of the most interesting Ninjago theories at the time of the release of Season 9, being the fact that due to some of her design elements, people were suspecting that this was going to be some sort of multiversal story, because her eyebrows were identical to Lloyd's pre-movie design. Of course, in reality it was a long shot, but it was definitely something that a lot of people were picking up on. Of course, that is now no longer the case, and I do hope we see her again one day, but at the time, a lot of people genuinely did believe this. Percival is weirdly aware of where the ninja's monastery resides. Of course, this is something that is fairly common knowledge, presumably when it does come to the Ninjago residence, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense to assume as to why he would know. He also didn't really have much of a relationship with the ninja until much later on. Maybe also Euphrasia, but again, we have no scene depicting how he understood where they were, but he just seems to have the answers to that. Mr. Koenig, I think I got that correct, is the former school teacher to both Sora and Jordana, and what's interesting is that even though he is a school teacher, his name is actually a play on terms of the German word König, which actually means king. Maybe he was meant to be royalty in Imperium all along, we don't actually know, but beyond all of that, he is just simply just a teacher. Daniel is an Imperium citizen that we only see in one episode of Ninjago, but what's interesting is that he is actually one of the first Imperiums whose name isn't actually directly stated on the show. As far as I'm aware, he is actually within the credits of this episode itself, but beyond all of that, there is no direct mention as to who he truly is. Bezar is an inhabitant of Chima and the leader of the Beaver tribe. He was seen during the fight between Moro and Lloyd in Curse World Part 2, but no original footage was ever made for his cameo appearance. It was actually footage taken from the 15th episode of the show, Ravens vs. Eagles. Bladfish is also an inhabitant of Chima and the leader of the Bear tribe. In similar vein, was seen during the fight with Moro and Lloyd, and the only thing that we know about him as well is that he also had his footage taken from the 15th episode. They didn't really want to make anything new for these guys. It's a bit of a shame for the Chima fans, but I don't really mind. The caregiver bot that was actually in charge of teaching Wildfire was never really shown beyond certain scenes in flashbacks during a few of the seasons. However, originally speaking, he was meant to have more of a role. There was meant to be a brief scene in Wildly Inappropriate where Wildfire and Kai run into the caretaker bots, and given the scene was cut due to constraints, it's most likely that we will never see this plot return to once more. More for the fact that there's just simply no reason for it to actually happen. Asar is one of the students that Garmadon takes on within the comic book series, or the Shatterspin comic to be more specific, but Asar is actually named after the executive producer of Ninjago since 2021. Again, another cool reference showing how everyone does get their spot in the sunlight when it does come to these characters. Balan is another student of Garmadon from the Shatterspin comics, and Garmadon notes that the main quality that he realizes within Balan is the thoughtfulness of him. It's really cool that Garmadon did identify these characteristics, and it shows that he did care about the students around him. Ariel is also noted as a Garmadon student, and the quality that he identifies in her is her sweet nature in particular. I just love that Garmadon understands these things. Warby, another student of Garmadon, and what's interesting is that Garmadon seemingly doesn't remember all that much about him, which kind of goes against everything that I've said so far, but still, regardless of that, Garmadon does still take the time to say that he still does remember him for the fact that he will just miss all of Warby. It's just really nice that even in the face of not understanding, he does still try his best. And the last of Garmadon's students is Zuri, and the quality of Zuri that stands out to Garmadon is actually the courage of Zuri. I really like, again, like I said, that all of them do have these unique features that he does remember going forth. Of course, they aren't mentioned beyond the comics, but it's still just nice to know that these stories do exist. But those are all of the students of Garmadon. Kragger, another resident of Chima, again utilizing footage from Ravens vs Eagles during the fight between Moro and Lloyd, also appearing within LEGO Dimensions. A little more, and that's kind of it when it does come to these guys because of the cameo sense of them. Same thing for the character Dom De La Whoosh, another Chima character within this cameo scene. There's just not a lot going on when it comes to these guys. Not much is actually known about Alfonso Frohiki's mother, but the main thing that we do know is that he does seem to keep an active contact with her when it does come to the event of Dragon's Rising, but she doesn't exactly seem to be all that supportive of him, because when Frohiki embarrasses himself in front of Zane, he remarks to himself that his mother was right about him being a terrible assistant keeper of the monastery. I hope they can repair their relationship. Croakwort is Alfonso Frohiki's aunt, and we actually don't know too much about her either, apart from the fact that when he is given the hollowed finders a broth, it is actually the recipe of his aunt. So it seems to be that his recipe book seems to be more of like a family heirloom. Gorzan is a resident of Chima, and as you guessed, is seen in Kurzweil Part 2, taking footage from the 15th episode, Ravens vs Eagles. They really didn't want to do anything with these guys. The Mud Chief is, of course, the leader of the Mud Tides, and he seems to be a fairly fierce competitor, and he seems to rely on a certain phrase when it does come to his own leadership, being that he is the muddiest of the Mud Tides. Maybe that's how they pick who's the leader. The Mudtide warrior that's depicted here weirdly seems to have the ability to change its own size, as he has a small variant and also a giant variant. This is not something that we see overly common within any sort of Tide group, so I wonder if it's something that's exclusive to him or something maybe that others can actually do. Larval is a resident of Chima and is seen during the fight scene between Moro and Lloyd in Kurzweil Part 2 using reused footage. Yeah. But at least with him, there are some things that are actually unique. For one, he is one of the few characters that actually did get speaking lines, although those are also reused. But also, his name is a palindrome, which means that his name is spelled identically forwards and backwards. The Lava Tide leader may not potentially be the highest tier of the Lava Tides, because in the episode where he is introduced, Wildfire mentions a Lava Tide president, meaning that there could be something else, because it's unknown whether or not this is referring to this Lava Tide leader, or if it's even the same character, or even if the character exists. We never know when it does come to Wildfire. Lava Todd got his name apparently because he was really into lava. This was confirmed by Doc, and you would think this is obvious, but considering the fact that it is noteworthy, seems to suggest that maybe the Tides aren't overly as fond of their own natural resource as they seem to let on. Lava Tony is a chef within the Lava Tides, however he is only referred to as chef by his employees. However, we know what his name is because he goes by the name Lava Tony in the subtitles of A Pain in the Mech on Lego.com itself. It's also actually shown within the synopsis of the Dutch version of the short on YouTube. Lightning Tide Defense is the defense attorney for the Lightning Tides, and he does serve as the defense lawyer for the ninja at the start of season 3. But he doesn't really like the ninja, so he's not exactly all that good at his job, and considering that the Tides only really like themselves, I'm questioning why he even has that job to really begin with. Klurba is the leader of the Lightning Tides and also serves as the judge during the trial, but interestingly, he is not actually credited by his name of Klurba within the credits for the show. He's actually just simply credited as Lightning Tide leader. I believe he was referred to by his name actually within the episode itself, however, and that is how we know what he's called. Lightning Tide Prosecutor has the easiest job amongst all of the Lightning Tides within the clan. This is because they all agree with him no matter what, because the clan just simply is out for themselves. Plovar is an inhabitant of Chima, and you'll never guess what the fact is about them. They have footage reused from the 15th episode Ravens vs Eagles for Curse World Part 2 during the fight between Lloyd and Morrow. Great. Although they did also appear in LEGO Dimensions, but that's not canon. The Raven King was the original leader of the Order of the Deep Shadow. This was until he was actually dethroned by Noct. We do not know when this happened specifically within the history, but we know it happened at some point during the time in the Wilderness, and his existence was explicitly revealed by Doc, so we don't actually have any further depiction of him beyond that point. Rogan is an inhabitant of Chima. And you will never guess what the fact is about this guy. Are you ready? Hold down, sit down, make sure you're comfy. His footage for Curse World Part 2 is taken from the 15th episode of Chima, Ravens vs Eagles. I tell you what guys, this is why you watch my videos. Skinnet is an inhabitant of Chima. And guess what their fact is? Are you ready guys? Are you still sat down? The footage from Curse World Part 2 is footage from the Legends of Chima 15th episode, Ravens vs Eagles. You may be wondering why I'm not giving you more, but it's because it's a Chima character, and I don't like Chima, and I do not care about them whatsoever. Zayden Kane is a human sorcerer with an unknown origin realm. We don't actually know too much about them, but what we do know is that they're actually the person who is responsible for tricking Lord Argus into cursing himself to turn into the Lycan King after they did travel to the Wilderness. And afterwards, they decided to become friends with the Children of the Wolf. I find it very interesting that a villain was so easily detained by just simply another person. I'm actually kind of curious now as to what happens there. Pontifex Magicus is actually a reference to the title given to the Pope in our real world, who is actually called Pontifex Maximus, but there's actually a lot more meaning behind this name than you may realize. In Latin, the words Pontifex Magicus can be translated to magical bridge construction, and in ancient Rome, Pontifex was a priest responsible for maintaining the bridge between the humans and the gods, and the highest office in Roman religion. There's a lot of thought behind this name, and honestly I respect it. Janet is the neighbor to our beloved Gandalaria, but the thing is that she apparently has a fairly few things about her. For one, she used to have a dove, and two, she apparently has an affinity for brewing invisibility potions, and that is extremely ironic considering the fact that we don't actually know what she looks like, and you are most likely looking at a SpongeBob reaction gif. Stuart the Mildly Wonderful has a very funny name for one, but also, even though he has a very cool looking design, he actually does utilize a lot of a previous Dragon's Rising character, and that is actually Blecht. The only difference in the model being that he doesn't have the monocle or the beard, but he retains the hair and all of the other aspects of him, which is just really weird to look at, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. This wizard guard may actually be a lot more important than we actually realized, considering the fact that he might actually be the second in command. This is the fact that he was acting like a leader to all of the other wizards. Although, considering the fact that by this point Pontifex Magicus was hollowed, it may just be for that reason alone. It's also more likely that it was for nothing, considering that his model is actually very commonly reused in Mysterium. Pillywig is actually one of the most honest we've ever seen someone within Ninjago. Considering that she owns the Crystal Ball repair store, she is actually quite sound when it does come to her customers. She actually remarks at the fact that Candelaria should most simply just upgrade her Crystal Ball over repairing it because it would cost twice as much. She very easily could get the money out of her, but she actually chooses not to. One of the more honest Ninjago characters we've ever seen. Torex is a Cyclops that lives in Mysterium alongside his brother, but what is interesting is that his brother's name is his name actually being backwards. Zerot is actually the brother to Torex, given the name, obviously meaning that his name backwards is also his brother's name. All in all, the two of them together come together to make another palindrome. Anthony Brutinelli is an NPC within the game Prime Empire, but what is interesting is that he does actually have a somewhat mainstay in the episodes that he does feature in. However, what's really strange is the fact that when we do get to see him, he actually has his name wrong when it's translated into Ninjago. In the episode The Meaning of Victory, instead of saying Anthony Brutinelli, it actually says the name Buzzsaw, unless that is his own nickname. The avatar pink Zane that you see in the background, which is of course not Zane but just another player, is actually serving as the only background character from the TV series that has virtually no role but still appears as a physical minifigure. By all accounts, it is not actually or technically Zane, but the minifigure is of course produced, so you finally had it in minifigure form, but by all accounts it is a one of a kind because of it. Hypersonic is another NPC within Prime Empire that had his name displayed incorrect in the Meaning of Victory. Hypersonic is actually spelled with a hyphen between Hyper and Sonic, but when he is shown on screen, the hyphen simply does not exist. It seems to be that these names were made perhaps on an earlier version of the script. We don't really know the answer, and this one is much less egregious, but it is still there nonetheless. Shifty is the NPC that sells the ninja rope to be able to get up a mountain, but the thing is that he sells them a much cheaper rope basically because they could not afford it, and that actually translates to the meaning of the name in of itself, because Shifty means appearing deceitful or evasive. He also speaks with an Australian accent. The successful samurai that we see encountered by Okino is actually reutilizing a large handful of parts that was actually used by Vex in the season before, main one being the helmet and also the armor, although the main difference being is that this armor doesn't have any of the ice features that we got to see before. Honestly, I would love to get this standard variant of the armor, it looks really cool. The admin droid is noted as being the NPC within Prime Empire to be the most robotic of the bunch. He never was really programmed with any form of personality because he mostly just served as the ambassador for certain things to be done. For example, starting the Speedway 5 billion or taking credits off of players. Although, we do know that he has since left Prime Empire, so he may have gotten a little bit more since that season. The Sage Master is another NPC that was encountered by Okino, but what is really interesting and actually kind of jarring when you realize it is that he's got the face and the hair model as Roby, and it's really crazy to think that it completely existed long before Dragon's Rising even came to be. Of course, it's just a simple case of asset reuse, but seeing this face and hair during this era of the show is really jarring with retrospect in mind. The Newbie Gamer is a character that appears multiple times over the course of Prime Empire, but the thing is that he actually quite consistently changes his appearance, mainly being the colour of his hair. It seems to be that this player banked in on the cosmetic buy-ins, because he just keeps on changing as he goes along. He also does have an Irish accent. The adventure-ready woman has a magenta ponytail hairpiece that has only been seen once before, on Agent Kayla Phoenix from LEGO's Ultra Agents theme. It is a very unique piece and definitely does stand out, so it's cool to see it being used within the show. She also was at Nia's funeral. The Gamer Geek was actually one of the only characters within Prime Empire to truly acknowledge the ninja. The thing is that by this point in time, a lot of people may have assumed that they were just simply avatars, but she seemed a lot more aware than others, as she waved at them when they were looking around when they first entered the game. Maybe she knew something that everyone else didn't. Beta J137 actually quotes some iconic movies from real life. He does two to be more specific, but with his own little variation. The first one he says is "Come with us if you want to keep playing," which of course is a reference to Terminator, "Come with me if you want to live." And the second one being, "There may come a day when the courage of Jays fails, but that is not today," and it's similar to Aragorn's statements from The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. He clearly knows his stuff. DJ81 is a play on, of course, of the term DJ, or the occupation to be more specific. But what is really funny is that this name is by all accounts not actually associated with one of the League of J's. We actually don't know if it's his original outfit version of J or the tournament version of J. Tommy Andreasen has even noted that he does not know. All we know is that the name is associated with one of them. Jaybird64 is the version of the League of Jays that takes on the aesthetic of his Sons of Garmadon outfit. His name is also a pun of the word lovebird. It's really cool just to see another version of him, but that's kind of all we know about him. Jaywalking238 is the last of the League of J and also one of the other unidentified J's between the Pilot's J and the Tournament J, so we just simply do not know the answer. But his name is a pun on the term jaywalking, which is also what J's last name was initially based off of. Engelbert is a resident in Shintaro, but the thing is that he actually looks almost identical to Vangelis, except for the fact that his hair is grey and he has wrinkles and is missing the symbol that Vangelis has. But the funny thing about this character is that when Doc was asked on whether or not this character survived the merge, his response was, "Dude was so old. Do we even know if he survived up to the merge?" Glyph was one of the Geckles that have actually appeared outside of its own respective season and in some form of external media, and that is the book Frenemies. He is depicted in one shot and is essentially in the background, but it's something that most of the Geckles didn't have. Grocko is a Geckle that actually has a unique set of ears, and you may be wondering why that is the case. Well, it's actually because it originates from the minifigure series 11 Holiday Elf. They decided to utilize it for this version of him, basically just to give him something a little more special. Garpo is the initial Geckle that actually believes the ninja to be servants of the Skull Sorcerer, and is actually the one that submits them to the trial of Mino. And in the end, luckily he does change his mind, but it is interesting to note that he was the person who actually began a lot of the middle section of the 13th season. Ginkle is actually the Geckle that utilizes the appearance of Gleck and vice versa when it does come to the show versus the set comparison. I mentioned this actually further towards the start of the video, but because it's been very long since then, I would decide to bring it back up. Although I will say there is another distinct difference, being that the hood piece is actually brown in the show, whereas in the sets it is actually going to be black. Mr. Wise is the only Geckle that has a name that doesn't begin with a G, and it's not his real name by all accounts, but it's the name that has been associated with him since the beginning of his time with the Geckles. However, it is interesting to note that he is not actually within the show. He has only been in the Ninjago magazine in issue 6-7. Grouse is one of the few Geckles that had his name revealed via Doc and not via the show itself. He is shown in Dragon's Rising in the Magical Storage House, and he seems to be the main inhabitant when Gandalaria isn't actually there, although when questioned From Doc on Blue Sky, he does actually mention that Grouse just simply wants to be left alone, and why don't we all just leave him alone? Gnippo is a Gekko that has only been depicted in the magazines as well, but what's interesting is that he has an identical appearance to another Gekko being Ginkle, although what is even more ironic is that the only difference between the two of them is that Gnippo actually has an arrow bandolier, which makes him more accurate to the minifigure than Gekko himself. Mert, father of Mert, not son of Mert, which I've also mentioned before, is actually still around and just kicking about, but what's interesting is that he is very commonly mistaken for his son, being the fact that one of the things that we do know was said was Mert, son of Mert, when in reality it wasn't son of Mert, it was Mert. We then had a handful of months that were mentioned as essentially being smart months. We don't know near enough anything about them, just the fact that Mert has mentioned the fact that they are smart months, and it is Manko, Mud, Mood, Miha, and Mid. All of them are the smart months, along with Mert. Menkes is the month's blacksmith that we actually get to see within the comics, and he actually has an identical appearance when it does come to Mert and Mo. But the thing is that in the Character Encyclopedia New Edition, the similarities between Mert and Mo imply a familial connection between the two of them. It is unknown if this does apply to Menkes. Colin is a monster that lives in the community of Lee, and the main thing that we do know about him is that he is actually named after one of the production coordinators of Season 3, being Colin Palmer. He also is one of the very few months that doesn't actually start with the letter M when it comes to their name. Fungus is the first magic wielder within Ninjago to actually utilize magic, but actually for the side of good. It is actually really crazy to think that it took 13 seasons to actually get this, because all of the magic users beforehand were Klaus, the Oni, Asphera, and Vangelis. So the fact that he finally has come in and broken the streak is actually really interesting to see. Plundar is actually one of the few characters that we've ever seen actually adjust their appearance in accordance with something that happens in the show. Plundar has a hairpiece that is actually similar in vein to Vlad Tutu that we have mentioned earlier, the more messy, longer, slicked back hair. However, in Vanya's coronation, he actually has more of a combed back look. The thing is that it's often considered an animation error, but you may actually look at it as just simply him tying back his hair with the fact that they are officially back to the surface, but he does change back to the old hairstyle after this scene. Adam makes an appearance in the Ninjago magazine issue 6-9. In Fighting Techniques, however, he is actually named Charlie. And you may think this is just a random weird little error, but this is actually because he was previously going to be named Charlie in the show as well, but later on it was actually changed over because it might potentially be based on the actual voice actor of Plundar, being Adam Trask. Korgran is a Metalonian, but weirdly he actually shares the face design of a completely different resident of the realm of Ninjago, that actually being Vinnie Folsom, the only difference being that he has a scar added. Maybe they were secretly relatives and we don't actually know, but this is another one of those instances where I see it and I quite literally cannot unsee it. To me, Korgran is now Vinnie. Mary Louise's captain is a character that appears between season 14 and season 15 of Ninjago in any scene depicting a crew in the ocean. What is strange though is that even though he does actually have a fair handful of appearances, he weirdly wasn't credited in his first instance being in the show. In The Call of the Deep, the voice actor Brian Drummond is not actually credited for his role. Collins is a crew member of the Mary Louise, but what's interesting is that while she does also have a similar amount of appearances, albeit less than the captain, she also weirdly has an alteration when it does come to her appearance within Crystallized, being the fact that she for some reason has the voice of one of the other crew members of the ship, being Mariano's. Quan is the third member of the Mary Louise and is actually the entirety of the reason as to why Nia gained her memories back within Crystallized. Because he falls off of the ship, she is then inclined to save him, and he is the one that recognizes her and actually states that she is Nia, causing the entire sequence of events to occur. So if he wasn't clumsy, we wouldn't have actually had Nia back. Mariano is the final member of the Mary Louise, and despite appearing in Season 14, in Season 15 he is not actually credited as his own name, even though he is named in the episode itself. He is simply credited as Sailor 1. We do not know why that is actually the case. Gluttonous is the Melopian scientist that does work for Kalmar, but interestingly, it seems to be that no one really actually remembers his name. Over the course of Season 14, you will hear the Commissioner refer to him as Gelatin, and then you will also hear Jay refer to him as Globby and Gloopy. There's no reasoning for this, it's just simply he has a forgettable name. Fidulian is the Melopian that owns the antique shop within the Crossroads, but what is interesting is that he actually resembles another Melopian that we've seen before, being Gripe, to the point where they even share the same voice actor. There's only actually a few differences between the two, being the fact that Fidulian actually has different shoulder pads, torso armor, and the teeth are also a different colour. Niad is the original elemental master and the embodiment of the Endless Sea. Now, one of the main parts of Ninjago is that there can only be one elemental master at a time, and she is not an elemental master as of the time of Crystallized, and this is because she is essentially now part of the elemental power instead of actually being the one who owns it. But what goes even further is that even though her name is pronounced Niad, her name actually is derived from Greek myth, and it's actually pronounced the Naiad. And this is even referenced within the show, as that is what Kalmar refers to her as. Trimar is the former ruler of Melopia, until of course he met his unfortunate demise by the hand of his own son. This is actually the first on-screen instance of someone ending their own life within the course of the Wild Brain era, which is actually fairly interesting to note considering how long it's been. But apart from that, Trimar's name actually also does have meaning behind it. Tri comes from the name of the Greek god of the seas Triton, while Tun is replaced by the word Ma. Now, in real life, the word Ma is actually a root word within Latin, meaning the collection of organisms at the bottom of the body of water and ocean or pool respectively, but in universe it is specified that Ma just quite simply means sea. Not much is known about the ancestor of Trimar. The only thing we know is that he very clearly had a good relationship with the first Binjitsu master, as he was the Melopian that he entrusted with the wave amulets. We do not know anything else about their dynamic apart from the fact, like I said, that they seemingly got on well. The Ocean Gang leader is one of the few instances within Ninjago where a villain has never truly been a villain. He is presented initially as just simply being a bandit in control of a giant crab, when in reality he was actually being enthralled by the crab monster himself, and because of this we actually get to see a redemption arc where he eventually helps the people that he was initially attacking and is now integrated with those farmers. It's actually cool to see little stories like this because, like I said, it's not all that common. Creel's origins have actually changed over the course of time when it does come to Dragon's Rising, mainly being the origin of her realm. Initially, Doc stated that Creel did originate from Ninjago, which does make sense all things considered. However, later on, it's actually been revealed that she did in fact come from Mysterium. There is no real indication that really shows this to be the case, but it just seems to be that that is where she came from, which makes me wonder, how magic is she truly? Gus is the character that we have mentioned previously as being the one that had a design that was later reused by another character, being Koji, and this is due to the fact that this character has only actually been depicted 3 times over the course of Dragon's Rising, being in episode 11, episode 20, and episode 21. Interestingly though as well, he actually does share a name with another character from the graphic novel Rise of the Serpentine, which released 11 years before the first season of Dragon's Rising, but there is no link between the two characters. The MC is the official presenter for Zane Day within the Crossroads, and she does appear to be a big fan of Zane even though she doesn't recognize him throughout. She has also, by all accounts, been attacked by Zane, as during the competition, Zane actually loses his ability to remain focused because an ice cube was dropped on him, causing him to fire his elemental powers at her. She didn't seem all that happy about it. Lobo is probably one of the more iconic side characters from Dragon's Rising, and he's actually appeared in a few bits of external Ninjago media. In the Zane's Pixel project, Lobo is actually depicted as being the co-owner of Creel's junkyard during Season 2, although whether or not this is truly canon is actually unclear, but we do know that as of Season 3, Lobo has most recently moved into his own industry and is operating an arcade within the Crossroads, so maybe he's doing both, but it seems to be that he is not. Grabbarg is a chef within the Crossroads, and considering his species is the mucoids, I believe I pronounced that correctly, but I probably didn't, he cannot handle salt. So when he actually bakes items such as pie, he actually substitutes salt for other organic materials. Not to mention, again, his name is a palindrome. This unnamed man is a self-proclaimed elemental master of gluing. He has never really proven any sort of elemental ability that actually makes sense, but he was briefly allies with some of the new ninja. But considering that he is a self-proclaimed elemental master, he is the second character we've actually seen do it, obviously following La, which is weird that it's happened twice. If only I had 2 nickels. But not to mention, the shoulder pads that he uses within this comic is actually the same one that we see in Chima. Topei Epot is a mucoid and a citizen of the Crossroads and partakes in the Zane Day Parade, or more specifically the contest. In the end, he does come second place because he wasn't able to perfect his toaster, meaning that he lost out to Lobo, and again, like many other mucoids, his name is a palindrome. I'd love mentioning that word. Targle is a whack rat that does work for Creel. However, what is interesting is that he is one of the few that have not been referenced as to actually being within Prime Empire, even though he does use the generic whack rat design. What's also interesting is that Creel actually seems to actually really like him, as she affectionately calls him Targy. Richie is the other whack rat that does work for Creel, but what is interesting is that it is clarified that he was within Prime Empire. He competed in the Speedway 5 billion and was also one of Unagami's former henchmen. Of course, though, he does still utilize the exact same generic whack rat design, but he seems to be one of the most commonly used whack rats outside of Prime Empire itself. Hantro is a serpentine that lives within Ninjago City that serves as one of the vendors for Fidulian's antique shop, but one thing that we don't actually see within Dragon's Rising is that she seems to have an established relationship with Jay, mainly being allies with him, considering the fact that in Season 4, in one of Jay's illusions, we actually get to see her dressed as Zane. Creel, also standing for Key Replica Ectomorph Embodying a Lady, was a ninjoid created by Creel and Lobo using parts of a pixel replica. We are unaware of where this pixel replica came from, but we are aware of the fact that they did exist as of the time of Rebooted. But what is even more interesting is that this design only actually utilizes the face of Pixel. The rest of it is actually a legacy ninjoid and an undisclosed hairpiece. Samukai was the first character within Ninjago to become departed, as he was destroyed by the power of the golden weapons. But what is interesting is that it seems to be that the Ninjago website has indicated that maybe it wasn't entirely accurate, as the website has stated that the skull on the table holding Klaus's Book of Spells was actually Samukai's head. But it is most likely an error because the skull in question is actually Crunch's head, so it seems to be that it's just simply a typo. Cruncher currently holds the record for being the character within Ninjago that has the longest gap between their appearances within an episode, as they have gone 169 episodes of the show without actually appearing in any capacity. They appeared in The Greatest Fear of All and never returned until The Casket of Bones. He also shares this record with Knuckle. Knuckle has been presented to not exactly be the smartest of people within Ninjago, and it's reflected in the fact that in the episode The Golden Weapon, he actually loses a tooth. However, 2 episodes later, his teeth appear to actually be normal once more, only for it to fluctuate once more, as in the 2011 shorts, The New Masters of Spinjitzu, his teeth are missing once more. But in case of it just being 1, he's now missing 2. Whiplash is a Skulkin general that doesn't actually appear within the original pilots. He does however appear in 2 of the 2011 mini-movies, but what's even more interesting is that his design in the show is different from his minifigure variant. The main one being is that on the minifigure, a pink worm is coming out of a hole on the left side of his head, and it seems to be that the show just didn't want to replicate that. What's actually more interesting is that later on when he was redesigned for Legacy, he doesn't actually get the worm back, as he just simply reuses the headpiece that was used for Cruncher. Fracture weirdly is the most expensive of all of the Skulkin within the game Shadow of Ronin, as he costs 200,000 studs. What makes it even stranger is that based on what I have played of the game, there is basically nothing special about him whatsoever. The price of him here is basically unexplained, as he is actually kind of up there in terms of pricing, as I believe some of the ninja are cheaper than that. Choprov is one of 2 mechanics within the Skulkin army, but he actually wishes that he was the only one, basically out of greed, as he secretly wishes that Boneseye, the other mechanic, will be captured so he is officially gone. What's also interesting is that according to prototype art of Choprov, or more specifically a set, his name was initially not this, it was actually Kronk. Crazy, despite being one of the most visually unique regular Skulkin within the Skulkin army, actually also takes the place as being the most used placeholder for most of the Skulkin soldiers, meaning that in any sort of scene where you see a large handful of the Skulkin, he is basically a majority of any of those armies. But like I said, it is very obvious to see this because of how distinctive he actually looks. Boneseye's appearance has actually made its way out of the pilot and mini-movie seasons, considering the fact that in the episode Infamous in Skybound, Boneseye's appearance is used as the basis for the Skulking costumes for the TV commercial that stars the ninja, but there is one alteration made to the design. Instead of just having the open stud head, he actually does have a cap on, which is actually just a recolored version of the cap that Wu wears when he can't see his actual hat on. Pythor has been a long-standing serpentine that has appeared throughout the entirety of Ninjago, as early as Season 1 and as late as Crystallized, but what is interesting is that there was a time where people thought Pythor was no longer around, because he was consumed by the Great Devourer, but he does return in the following season as the Mysterious Stranger, but the thing is that his reveal was actually spoiled by Ninjago themselves, because in the episode before his reveal, Pythor was credited within the end of the episode, so any keen-eyed viewers knew that he was going to be back. Arcturus is the only Anacondrae that we have ever seen to actually have green eyes other than red, but the reason for this is not actually specified. But what makes it more interesting is the fact that there are other Anacondrae with other eye colours, such as Pythor having pink eyes in Season 1 and Izor and Zugu having blue and yellow eyes within Day of the Departed. But in their case, you could simply argue that because they're not true Anacondrae, they don't exactly count. The Anacondrae Serpent is the second largest serpentine that is ever in Ninjago, of course being beaten out by the Great Devourer. But what is more interesting is that even though the serpent is actually Klaus's pet, Klaus actually is very inconsistent on the gender of the serpent, as in the episode The Forgotten Element, Klaus refers to it as a female, saying, "My pet will be napping shortly, but she's always hungry when she wakes up." But in The Day of the Dragon, Klaus actually refers to it as male, saying he's not a snake master, he's a serpent. So we don't actually know what gender the snake is, but I don't think there's ever going to be any indication, considering that it's long gone. Pythor's mother was mentioned by him in Season 15, and it seems to be that they actually did have a decent relationship, as he seemingly does refer to his mother as Mumsy, but we don't actually know. We also know that any sort of mention of her is just simply stated as implied storytelling, but we do also have Tommy Andreasen on note saying that it's entirely possible that Pythor had ate her, so maybe he didn't really get along with her. Strike is the only Anacondrae warrior that has been depicted with having round eyes instead of having vertical ones. This could simply just be a case of the art style, but it also does seem to be that this is the only time we've seen it. The question is, does it actually have any sort of significance? We don't really know, but we just simply may not get the answer unless Strike of the Serpentine gets any more issues. Scales has had a large handful of roles over the course of Ninjago, but in season 15 or Crystallized, he seems to have more of a minimal role, but it actually is by all accounts the end of his character arc. In the Curse of the Golden Master, he is refusing to fight the Overlord and preferred to stay with the other Serpentine in their village, saying that they simply fend for themselves. However, in the episode Dragon Form, we can actually see him and the rest of the Serpentine fighting against the Overlord, so it's interesting to see that everything has come around and he is officially an ally to the ninja. Slitherer is the Hypnobrai that came before Scales, but what is interesting is that we don't actually know how long he was a Serpentine general for. We do actually get to see a Hypnobrai general within the flashbacks of the Serpentine War, but according to Tommy Andreasen, it is unknown if this is actually Slitherer or the general that predated him. All we really know though apart from that is that he just simply likes having a nice and quiet life, and loads uprisings, which is very ironic. Mesmo is actually the home to a fitting bit of irony, because he is the most common Serpentine that we actually see within Ninjago, but he's actually amongst one of the rarest within the sets, as he only ever appeared in the set titled Mesmo, and nowadays he is very expensive to actually get your hands on. If you have him, fair play to you. Rattler has been described to have a very limited hypnosis ability in comparison to the rest of his tribe, which is interesting considering that is the main ability of the Hypnobrai. This is according to the Lego.com website, and there is no actual evidence of this within the show, but it does seem to be the case, as we have actually had no depiction of him actually hypnotizing anyone within Ninjago. Delphi's mother is a very strange addition when it does come to the Hypnobrai, as she appears to have a completely unique design. She does look very similar to one of the other Hypnobrai that we talked about before, being Huntro, but she does actually have yellow eyes, which is the initial distinction, but she is also described to actually be a pink-purple type colour, even though she actually verges on red, and she's the only one that we've seen to actually have this colour scheme. Phantom is the general of the Fangpire tribe, and one of his most defining features is the fact that he does have two heads. And you may be thinking to yourself, well, he was clearly born with it, it's a natural thing that we actually get to see. However, that is actually not the case. It has been confirmed that the reason he does have two heads is because he bit himself. Fang Dam is actually the brother of Fang Tum, although this relationship is never actually acknowledged within the show. Actually, for that matter, we never even see the two interacting within the show, as they seem to just be completely separated, and I believe we don't even see them together beyond the point of Darkness Shall Rise. This is a possible indication though that the brothers might actually not get along too well. Fang Shui speaks with a Transylvanian accent, and this is the continuation of the theme of the Fangpire and their main ability, which is the fact that they bite and they infect the people around them, based on vampires. Also, I want to find it very ironic, because he actually also very much doesn't like the desert heat, which is ironic because the city of Ouroboros is in the desert. Snapper is one of the Serpentine that actually appears in the Ninjago movie video game, and he is an enemy in the Slytherin catacombs, although there are some differences. He wears some heavy shoulder armor, and he actually has the battle axe that Scalador has, and he also has a very weird amount of health, despite the fact that he's actually a scout, being the lowest level of the Serpentine. He's also playable afterwards, but it's very weird that he has all of these differences within the game itself. Scalador is the general of the Constricti tribe, and what is fairly interesting about him is that he very rarely is subject to any sort of animation or design error, although there is one very particular instance that we never see again. One of his defining design features is the horns that he has on the top of his head, and they are actually white in both the set and the show, but in one Netflix header specifically and no other, he is shown to have orange horns in similar vein to Baitar. We never see this error again, and there is no reason as to why it exists, but there it is. Baitar has an official description depicting himself from LEGO themselves, but it's very weird because it says that he can win a tail wrestling match against anyone, even though he doesn't actually have a tail. Maybe this is an indication that at some point he was actually a general, but he is since not. We don't actually know the answer, and we probably never will, but it does seem to be that he's skilled at something that is seemingly impossible for him to actually do. Choken absolutely loves tea and giant ham sandwiches, to the point where it's an infamous joke within the Ninjago community. He is a frequent source of comedy within the series in of itself, but he has definitely earned a reputation as being one of the more memorable members of the Serpentine tribes. Honestly, for good reason, I really like him. Snike is actually colorblind and also cross-eyed, even though he is actually the Constricti's sniper and scout, and because of this, he doesn't really like his job within the Serpentine army. He particularly dislikes target practice, and would much rather spend his time finding weapons, but it seems to be that he's forced into doing something that he simply doesn't want to do. Acidicus is the general of the Venomari tribe, and he actually seems to be a fairly big fan of the ninja, because he is actually one of 2 Serpentine generals that actually goes to Nia's funeral in Seabound, although you could actually see this in terms of an out-of-universe explanation, being the fact that he is only one of the 2 Serpentine that Wildbrain had a model for, because if they wanted to do the other ones, they would have had to have created new models. Also, weirdly, in one scene in Rebooted, he has a completely different Serpentine staff. That never was explained. Lizaru is a serpent that is only a slightly modified variant of Acidicus, just with actual leg printing. It's interesting though, because in some of the promotional media, you can actually see Lizaru with some of the details that Acidicus has more specifically. It's actually quite ironic, because also, it seems to be that we don't really see any sort of interaction between the 2 of them. Also, apparently he likes running a potion making business in his spare time. Maybe he's in Mysterium as of Dragon's Rising. Spitter's name is painfully ironic, considering the fact that of course it is based on the word spitter, but it actually goes into play when you consider his actual design. He has very large fangs, and due to this fact, his mouth is permanently open, and this actually does cause him to draw venom whenever he goes around. However, this is not actually seen within the show itself, which is a shame, because the irony definitely would have been fun to see. Lasho weirdly has more releases in minifigure form than most of the other Serpentine. He appeared as his regular version from 2012, he also got a Juniors version, and then he got a Legacy version, and all of these apart from the Junior version actually appeared in the show. And even though it's only 3 designs by all accounts, it is still an unusually high number for just a regular Serpentine member. Zoltar is a member of the Venomari tribe, but also a regular combatant in Yang's Tavern Slither Pit fights, but the thing is that we've never actually seen him depicted on screen. However, there is a villain minifigure based off of the Serpentine from a Junior set that seems to actually resemble what we were told about Zoltar. There are some details that are slightly different, but it does seem to be that this is commonly considered to be the depiction of who Zoltar actually is. Kozu is actually bilingual. He speaks the language of the Stone Warriors, and he also speaks the human language, and he's the only Stone Army member to actually do so. The reason behind how he actually knows these things are completely unknown. All we really know is that it's probably something to do with the Overlord, but that is yet to be confirmed. The giant stone warrior in his original appearance actually is almost identical in his appearance to General Kozu himself. The only difference is the fact that they are a different size, and the colours of the helmet are also different. It's interesting to see that this design was revealed a few episodes before Kozu himself was revealed, and the question is, which of them actually came before the other? We don't know the question, and I don't think we ever will find out. The Stone Warrior is the only rank of the Stone Army that doesn't make any form of appearance beyond its initial debut season, being Season 2, as all of the other ranks have appeared within Day the Departed, of course being Kozu, the Scouts, and the Swordsman. The reason for their return is actually unknown, although we will also note that Stone Warrior is in reference to its rank within the Stone Army, even though a group of Stone Warriors are called Stone Warriors, regardless of what their rank is. The Stone Swordsman shares their leg design with Ronin in Shadows of Ronin. It is presumed that Ronin was somewhat inspired off of that design and decided to translate into its own outfit. Also, it is just a simple case of asset reuse, because I believe Ronin's torso is also inspired off of General Kozu. The Stone Scouts are typically depicted as to be using the short leg piece, and it is reflected within all of its type of media. However, come Ninjago Legacy, a handful of Stone Scouts were actually given the normal minifigure legs. It's interesting, it seems to be that they grew up over that course of time. Also, again going back to Shadow of Ronin, for some reason the Stone Scouts do not use the crossbow that they all actually use. Instead, they use a butterfly sword. General Cryptor takes a trait from all of the ninja. This actually makes sense considering that they're meant to be the better version of the ninja. Of course, we have had more information regarding that as well. Supposedly, Cryptor knows anything that Zane actually knows. This is from Day of the Departed, which means that he does potentially know Airjitsu. But anyways, he actually shares the mocking tone that Jay has when it comes to his battles. He has the arrogant nature of Kai, the ninjoid nature of Zane, the leader nature of Lloyd, and the black outfit of Cole. This is further reflected in the fact that come Day of the Departed, he utilizes a Techno Blade. The Ninjoid warriors actually make an appearance within Dragon's Rising. You can see them generally around about the crossroads, but what's interesting about it is that they don't actually appear in any capacity during the Wild Brain era. It's actually really strange that they just randomly pop back up. You may think that they've designed new models to actually include the Ninjoids, but it seems to be that they are just simple retextures of the white Ninjoids that we see within Season 12. The Ninjoid drones do not feature within the show in any major capacity. They are shown in the background at Ed and Edna's scrap and junk, but they are deactivated and missing their hands and heads. The only other close instance we've had to actually seeing an active Ninjoid drone was when we get to see an unmasked version of Cryptor that appears on an image in Codename Arcturus. It seems to be that despite these designs and how many minifigure variants we got of it, we never actually got to see them fully actualized. Mindroid is the shortest of all of the Ninjoids, hence the name, and the reason why he is actually the shortest of the lot is because Borg Industries ran out of metal and he was the last one on the production line. Although, even though he is the shortest of the bunch, he is surprisingly the most effective fighter that we have seen amongst all of them. The other thing that we know for a fact is that he very rarely talks, something that is basically exclusive to him, but we have heard him had a few lines. He has said quit and he has said ut-oh. Chen was initially meant to have more involvement in seasons that were not involving him in the future down the line, the main one actually being Hands of Time. There was a cut concept for the season where Chen was actually going to be the reason that the Time Twins betrayed the Elemental Alliance, but in the end it was just simply put to the side. We know that the idea was going to be that Chen had the plan to have himself freed from his island by the Time Twins after they seized power. We don't have a definitive reason why it was cut, but it just simply was. Klaus actually holds a mantle that is not actually being given to many other Ninjago villains, that being that he has appeared and has spoken in 3 consecutive seasons. This is actually very rare for Ninjago standards. Like I said, it's only belonging to 2 other villains, being Garmadon and Raz. So the fact that Klaus is the only other villain to have this is actually very surprising to see, but it shows how prevalent he was, and it does make sense considering how much the writers have noted that they do like his character. Zugu has been referenced by name within season 4 of the show, but weirdly enough, he has always been credited within the series as Sumo Zumo. Of course, this is some sort of reference to his prototype name within the development. Before he joined Chen though, it was later confirmed that he was actually a sumo wrestler, and that is where the origin of the name has truly come from. So by some accounts, it is actually canon. Izor is the only one of the Anacondrae cultists that gets a different name once the transformation into the Anacondrae form is complete. Of course, there are cultists that have also changed their name, but not in this sense. Once Izor does become the Serpent, he goes from Izor to Silvereye, and I believe he's also been referred to as Izorai at some point as well. So it seems to be that he has the exclusive ability to change his name once having a tail. Kapow actually doesn't believe in ghosts, and even mockingly claims that people who do believe in ghosts are stupid because of it. Of course, he was later proven wrong, because when he saw the spirits of the Anacondrae generals, he realized that he was actually in the presence of real ghosts. Of course, we now have to assume that he does believe in them. I find it really funny, and I wish we got to see a direct reaction when he did actually see them. Chop is actually a playable character within Shadow of Ronin, but what is interesting is that he's not actually referred to by his name. He's referred to as Mojo in this instance, and in similar vein to Zugu, we actually know that his name was originally going to be Mojo during development, so it's interesting to note that they did slip through to this extent. It's also extremely ironic, because Mojo was actually a word in the transformation spell that he himself speaks. Slevin is actually a very loyal cultist to Master Chen, and he also does fill out the role of being the generic cultist design that we see throughout the season. But what is actually more interesting is that despite the loyalty that he does have to Master Chen, he actually suffers from aphidiophobia, which is the irrational fear of snakes. The name Crate is actually a reference to the fact that a crate snake exists within real life. Krates are highly venomous snakes that are found in South and Southeast Asia. They actually are known for a very potent neurotoxic venom, and it's actually very interesting to see that they did have this sort of reference in there. I'm curious to know if it is confirmed that it is a call to that, but as far as we can tell, it is the case. Because where else would you get that name from? The Preeminent currently holds the medal for 2 accomplishments within Ninjago in terms of certain statures, one of them being that she is currently the smallest round that we know of when it does come to the show, and also is the largest enemy or main villain that the ninja have ever faced. I thought that she was actually smaller than Thunderfang, but it turns out that she is in fact bigger. She also does have the ability to get bigger if she consumed enough souls, but this is not shown in the show. The Soul Archer appears to be the ghost that we actually see at the end of Shadow of Ronin, being the large hand that goes to grab the ninja and Ronin respectively. It has not been outright confirmed, but considering what Ronin's knowledge is in terms of ghosts, it seems to actually be the Soul Archer. For one, Ronin refers to him as a male, and the Soul Archer is the only ghost that Ronin knows about. How the Soul Archer actually created that hand is currently unknown, but it's most likely due to some form of assistance from the Preeminent. Bancha appears to have a handful of ghost-like abilities that we don't actually know the origin of. For the one thing, we know that she has some form of mental dialogue, and we also know that she can remotely possess individuals. How these are done is currently unknown, and we do not know where she gets this from, but it might actually be a reference to where her name originates from, because her name and power set is a reference to a Banshee, which is a female spirit in Irish mythology. Gultar's name is actually a pun in reference to the term ghoul, which is another word for a zombie, and this actually makes sense when you consider the fact that he actually seems to have some form of ghost-like skull face, and that is something that is completely unique to him. You can actually see it based on the back and the front printing. It's an indication of a ghostly skull. He also dances to the Ghostbusters theme. Wraith is one of the most interesting and complicated ghosts of the lot. He has a lot of a prominent nature within the sets for Possession. He appears in 3 sets, however he is absent for a majority of the season. We see him in Ghost Story, but he doesn't return until Curse World Part 1. Another thing about him is that he was actually given an Air Jitsu flyer, seemingly given an indication that he does know Spin Jitsu, when he doesn't. The reason why he got that flyer is currently unknown. A large percentage of the named Ghost Army all share one of 2 designs, and they are virtually indistinguishable from each other. There is literally nothing unique about them, so I'm just going to list off every single name that we do have and just assume that they are one of 2. It is Attila, Hackler, Ming, Spider, Howler, Yokai, Wu, Cowler, Cyrus, Gurkha, Pitch, and Virus. All of them have one of 2 designs. Maybe one of them is different, I'm not sure, but as far as I'm aware, they all are literally identical. They just have different names. The Screamers are actually based off of the Slimers from the Ghostbusters franchise. They share a similar appearance in nature, and an even further reference to them is seemingly the fact that the Screamers' main accessories within the sets are actually food, which is something the Slimer was very commonly doing, aka eating. Also, they don't actually appear properly until the very end of the season. For the most part, they are just simply the Soul Archer's arrows. Nodokon's name was originally not Nodokon, it was actually the name of Azad, but it had to be changed halfway through the production due to the name being too similar to a real-life dictator by a very similar name. Because of this, many of the cast actually had to redo their lines for the season, and as far as I'm aware, some people just had to redo their lines in their entirety. But interestingly, the main reason why we know this to actually be the case is because some streaming services, mainly Amazon Prime, actually still refer to Nodokon as Azad within its episode descriptions. Flintlock has a very distinctive southern accent, but the thing is that it's actually quite intentional. He was voiced by Paul Dobson himself, and he has actually stated that he based Flintlock's voice after Matthew McConaughey, and now I've heard that, I quite literally cannot unhear it. But it's really cool that he did get that reference, and Flintlock actually is a very unique voice, so it's fun to know that it is some basis behind it. The main feature of Delara is the fact that she does resemble Nia, but there are some very interesting similarities and differences that you have to look closer at. For one, the outfit that she is wearing is Nia's third Samurai X outfit, however the collar design is actually Maya's. And to take it one step further, of course she doesn't actually have any sort of lipstick on, and the eyes are bigger, but it has been confirmed that she doesn't have any sort of connection in any sort of sense. It's just simply a massive coincidence, although later on it was confirmed by the Hageman brothers that Narukon would still recognize Delara in the post-movie era. Dogshank is the third in command when it comes to the Sky Pirates. She is only below Flintlock and Narukon, but when Narukon actually demotes Flintlock during the season, it seems to be that she does actually take on the role of first mate. But it does actually make sense because she is actually the only one that he treats with respect up until the point of his portrayal. It seems to be that he actually has the strongest dynamic with her amongst the bunch. Doubloon knows Spinjitzu, but the way he learned it is actually somewhat up in the air. The Book of Spinjitzu says that he learned it before he actually became a thief, which means he's actually the first non-main character to have learned Spinjitzu canonically. We do know that Tommy Andreasen has noted that it's most likely that he actually had a master who taught him, but we are unaware of who actually would have done it. But the thing is that based on all evidence we know of Spinjitzu, the most likely candidate is going to be Garmadon. Monkey Wretch actually speaks in an unknown monkey dialect that his fellow crew members actually understand, and as far as we're aware, it is a language that is actually specific to Monkey Wretch, because we haven't seen it since his own depiction of it. So it seems to be the most likely origin is that it's a language that Monkey Wretch itself actually made to continue to communicate with the Sky Pirates. Clancy actually shares his headpiece with Anacondri warriors, but interestingly, he is not part Anacondri, and he isn't purple or could turn invisible. He actually is part Hypnobrai and part Venomari. We do not know how he got the attributes he did have, but we also do know that he's also one of the few Serpentine that don't put emphasis on the letter S when pronouncing words. Squiffy actually has a very rare name, being the fact that his name involves the letter Q, but it is not directly followed with a U afterwards, as that is the most common combination when it does come to that letter. However, in the series, and as I pronounced it myself, you still actually pronounce Squiffy's name with a U as if it is still there. It is not known why a U is not in his name. Bucko weirdly was actually displayed as being a different type of character on LEGO's official website. He was actually included as being a part of the roster of the Sons of Garmadon. He doesn't share any design details, he doesn't share any names, voice actors, the lot. There is no link to them whatsoever, so this is presumably an error, but by all accounts, he seems to be a Son of Garmadon in LEGO's eyes. We also don't have confirmation as to whether or not he even used his wishes with Narukon. Siren is the only one of the Sky Pirates that does not speak in the series itself. She does speak in outside media, but never actually within Season 6, which is ironic, because she actually wished to become the best singer in all of Ninjago, and was given a mesmerizing voice by Narukon. But in the Ninjago magazine where she does speak, she does use her singing ability, and it is apparently really good. The skeleton figurehead that is seen on the front of Miss Fortune's keep is the only Skulkin that we've seen in Ninjago that does not have any form of glowing eyes. The eye sockets are completely hollow. We don't even know if he can even see. Chris is one of Yang's students and weirdly doesn't actually seem to be referred to by his name, even though he was given one in the sets. As far as we can tell, he's just simply a generic ninja within the show. Martin is another student of Yang and is also fallen under the same category, being the fact that he appears in the show but is never referred to by his name that was given to him within the set. And for both of these characters, the names that they are given to them is actually from the set Ijitsu Battlegrounds. Chuck was the student that Cole actually named himself. His real name is actually Jaran, but we don't actually have that stated within the show itself. Also, interestingly, Chuck makes a later appearance in comparison to all of the other students, albeit in minifigure form, and he is actually in the Old Town set, and it does reveal who Chuck was and what he used to do before becoming a student. Typically speaking, Achronix actually has a relatively normal sounding voice, but interestingly, every once in a while it does go over to a more raspy type of tone. The thing is that you may initially think it may just be from separate takes, but you can actually hear the transition in his voice lines from time to time, meaning that it's a somewhat intentional idea. We do not know what the reason behind it is. It may be linked to certain emotions we don't overly know, because it does seem to be that Achronix does display his emotions through his body language and also just how he speaks, so it seems to be that it might be an indication of something, we just never had confirmed what. Crux initially wasn't actually an idea when the season was conceptualized. It was actually a case of the Time Twins being a singular individual by the name of Kronos, but in the end they actually did split the two as a means of being more unique and having a more interesting dynamic. I do think this was for the better, and I definitely do enjoy the output overall, because I do think one Master of Time would have been a little bit more boring. General Makia is the only Vermilion general that actually has a control over Vermilion warriors without the use of a helmet or any sort of external force. The only other 4 people we've seen control Vermilion is Blunk, Ragmonk, Crux and Achronix, all of them utilizing their helmets, so it seems to be that Makia has a link that we don't actually are fully aware of. Commander Ragmonk's name is actually Swedish for potato pancakes. There's presumably no link whatsoever between the two, but I thought it would be interesting to point it out nonetheless, because it's actually really funny to realize, and I just kinda like it. And also, I've never had potato pancakes, but they sound very nice. At the end of the season, Blunk was actually absorbed into the Iron Doom alongside Ragmonk, and that is where they ended up being. However, in the 31st issue of the Ninjago magazine, when the Iron Doom left into the Time Vortex, the remaining Vermilion were actually defeated by Jay's Lightning, but it seems to be that Blunk was amongst these Vermilion, but that doesn't make sense considering that he shouldn't actually be there. So it seems to be that there is a theory that Blunk didn't actually get absorbed like initially stated. Slackjaw is a red Vermilion warrior that is extremely common within the set, but what is interesting is that whilst he is extremely common within the show, there is an orange variant of Slackjaw that we never actually got in hand. It's a shame because it actually looks really cool, but it seems to just simply be a case of just design variants to make the armies look more interesting. Rivet is a Vermilion warrior that doesn't appear in the show in any capacity, because as a whole, the show mainly used the Slackjaw and Tannin models to actually make up the army. However, it is interesting because she is actually shown within the comic series when it does come to season 7, so she by technicality is canon, we've just never actually seen her. Tannin is one of the army building Vermilion warriors that we see multiple times throughout the course of the season. However, even though it is an army builder, we don't really know too much about him, and we also know that he is the least commonly used of the two, as Slackjaw is the preference, and you can see that also based on the sets as well. It's unfortunate, but he is definitely around, and I also really do like his design. Vernon is also similar in vein to Rivet, being the fact that he does not appear in any capacity within the show itself, but again is shown in the magazine comic series as the generic warriors, meaning that this version is also technically canon, but just another one that we never actually saw within the show. Considering how the season looked, I'm not overly shocked by this. The buff million is actually at the center of one of Ninjago's most infamous pieces of lost media, being the short called Operation Heavy Metal Buff Million, which existed in a different language for a while, but the English version wasn't released until recent time. The reason why is unfamiliar. Also, they are technically counted as a big fig, even though they are mostly brick built. It mainly comes from the fact that they utilize the big fig arms. We have had some really weird details noted about Harumi from the book Garmadon Rules, which is canon. For example, we know that she loves ice cream, cats, noodles, and a lot of garlic. However, she is not allowed to eat garlic because, quote, princesses weren't allowed to have bad breath. But the other thing is that Harumi actually refers to the Quiet One as someone outside of herself, claiming that some of the things that she does are, quote, because the Quiet One tells her to. Seems like she has some form of separate personality going on within her. Kilo has a lot of hobbies that he does within his free time, and we know two of them in particular. One of them being karaoke, as we saw him doing it at Laffy's, and he appears to really enjoy doing it. The other one is actually painting, another hobby that he actually is pretty good at as well, so it seems to be he's a fairly talented guy. It's a shame that he wasted it on an Oni mask. One of the most distinctive traits of Mr. E is the fact that he does not speak. However, he does speak within one episode, being Dead Man's Squall, and he speaks in reverse. He sends a transmission to the Quiet One stating, quote, "The trap has been set," and it's of course referring to the bug that he placed within Zane, and it's the only time he ever did speak. Ultraviolet is actually a very agile person. We actually have a few instances where she has accomplished some interesting feats. The first one being an insane jump from the 10th story of a building instead of taking her stairs, at which she was unharmed, and then also an instance where she ran up a building, but due to this nature of us seeing it, it's unsure whether or not that is truly canon, but we know at the minimum she did jump out of a building. Luke Cunningham actually holds the record of being the character with the most on-screen arrests. He was arrested the first time at the beginning of Season 8, The Mask of Deception. He was then arrested a second time during Dread on Arrival, and then a third time at the end of Green Destiny. The guy can't seem to stay out of a prison cell. Chopper Maroon actually shares a lot of design elements with another character by the name of Nails, mainly being the same torso and head, but the difference between them is the size of their legs. Nails appears to have shorter legs, but is actually seen less commonly, but in sort of group shots we do actually see them both within the same time, so they are in fact different characters. Mohawk actually resembles a lot of the design philosophy of the other Sons of Garmadon, but what actually makes him unique is that he does actually have his own individual headpiece, mainly being the fact that it has 2 stars on it instead of the normal 4. Skip Vicious actually holds one of the more major speaking roles in terms of the Sons of Garmadon over the course of Season 8 and 9, but weirdly enough on LEGO.com he is actually not referred to as his own name, he's actually just simply referred to as Sons of Garmadon Biker 2. The reason why his name is not specified on the website is currently unknown. Nails is one of the only named Sons of Garmadon that doesn't actually speak within the show. He does actually make noises however, but he only speaks in those grunts, and the main time we actually get to see that is within Snake Jaguar. We haven't got an answer as to why he doesn't speak, it just seems to be he just doesn't seem to like to. Scooter is a comics-only Sons of Garmadon member, who weirdly actually shares his bike with Kilo. It's however a lot smaller than Kilo's one, as his needs to be larger considering that he is a big fig, but this is actually in similar vein to a load of the Sons of Garmadon within the comics, as a load of Kilo, Mr. E and Ultraviolet bikes were seen across the time, but all of them were destroyed during those events. The design of the Colossus is actually based off of the first Binjitsu master. Garmadon subconsciously actually did form it in the image of his own father. We don't know why he does this, and it doesn't seem to be that it was actually something that he was meant to do, but seemingly it is actually a byproduct of Garmadon's own feelings. But like I said, we generally do not know why he actually does this in the end, but it is actually technically the second time something is based off of the first Binjitsu master, the first one being the Golden Mech. Iron Baron was shown at the end of Hunted to have survived his attack from Firstborn, although it was highly likely that he wouldn't survive considering that he would have had to have gone without food, water or air, but we do actually hear him beneath the magma casing. But in the Ninjago magazines he is actually saved by some of the loyal dragon hunters, but this is most likely not actually a canon event, because amongst those loyal hunters are Jet Jack and Daddy No Legs, which we know for a fact are no longer loyal to him. So it seems to be that he did make his demise in the end. Jet Jack is actually a play on terms for Jetpack, which is of course the whole point of her character, considering that she does utilize a jetpack throughout the course of the show, and she is seemingly very skilled with it. In similar vein to Cyrus Borg, maybe it was truly meant to be. Daddy No Legs doesn't actually rely on the mechanical legs that he utilizes throughout the season. He actually has been shown detaching from it and he's able to move at his own will. But when he is detached, he doesn't have the minifigure leg piece. It's honestly really jarring to see, and I want to know the logistics on how that works. Muzzle is actually tied with Faith in being one of the most common Dragon Hunter minifigures within the Hunted sets, having a total appearances of 3, but this does actually make sense considering that many Dragon Hunters actually look like Muzzle, except the only difference is that you can actually see their mouths, whereas with Muzzle it is covered, which is ironic considering his name. Chew Toy throughout the entirety of Hunted seems to be injured. This is mostly due to the fact that one of his eyes is only half open and a part of his jaw is actually swollen, but this does make sense considering that he actually has his own role within the pit to warm up the cloud, and it's most likely that he is attacked by the dragons that he is provoking. We never actually see Arcade's face print within the show, and this is most likely just due to the fact that they had no reason to. However, within the sets, he actually utilizes the face print of Muzzle. This is most likely just simply a way to save budget, but it also seems to imply that they both look identical to each other. Scar the Skullbreaker is noted as being one of the characters with very long hair, and it's interesting to note that because of the long hair he's actually very distinctive, but the problem he has is that the version of his model that uses the hood is extremely common to be used as background characters, so we don't actually know when Scar the Skullbreaker truly appears. The only episode we know for a fact that he is in is actually Iron and Stone. Stalwart Danger Buff is a part of the Danger Buff clan and presumably within the crowd when the ninja were facing off within the pit. He was actually going to be called over by another member of the Dragon Hunters, but in the end we don't actually get to see him, but we get confirmation that Cole's disguise name and Cole's alter identity when he's undercover is actually something that truly exists. It probably came as a shock to him. Autopilot is one of the few Dragon Hunter members that we only see within one episode of Hunted. We only see him participating in the ensuing chase of the ninja in the weakest link, which is of course ironic because his name is a respelling of Autopilot. He's also one of the very few characters who speaks with a German accent. The Omega is the only Ninjago villain that actually shares design elements with another character, which is very odd considering that it's only actually happened once, but he actually shares the torso design with all of the other Oni warriors. It makes sense, but it's still interesting that this is the only instance we've seen of it. The Oni warlords are 3 individuals that were the leaders of the Oni army during the war, but we have not seen them within the show because they were disposed of at some point off camera, and we also do not know for sure who any of these Oni warlords are. We have had implied who one of them could be though, and that is Mistake, and apparently she may have disposed of the other 2 herself. Asphira has a very weird inconsistency when it does come to her minifigure form in comparison to her show form, that being that in the show she has a serpentine general tail, but in any sort of sets she actually has the ghost tail. There is no outright explanation as to why this is the case, as she has never been depicted with this, but what makes it even more curious is the fact that come Crystallize, where we get a new variant of her in minifigure form, she still retains the tail. It is unknown what actually happened to Char following the events of the Fire chapter, as he did flee the scene before Zane froze Asphira. He actually went with a few other Pyro Vipers as well. We do not have any outright confirmation, but Tommy has implied that Char would have simply have departed due to the fact that Asphira no longer had the fire. The Pyro Destroyers take design elements from the other Pyro Warriors that we see within the Fire chapter. They take the head of the Pyro Slayers and the armor of the Pyro Whippers. So they're essentially just a reuse of everything that we've seen. The Pyro Slayers are the most commonly used variant of the Pyro Warrior within the Fire chapter, most commonly being the army builder in the scenes where there are multiple of them. So it just seems to be that that's the design they preference. The Pyro Whippers are the only one of the Pyro Warriors that appear within only one of the box sets of Season 11, but what makes it even weirder is that within that set they actually have a signature weapon, but it is not present within the show itself. The reason why is unknown. Vex is the only main antagonist within Ninjago that has never actually directly fought any of the ninja. He has been shown with a spear with an attempt to take out Lloyd, but that is actually it. He never actually has a one-on-one situation with any of the ninja, nor does he ever refer to them by their term, the ninja. He refers to Zane as the Ice Emperor, and the ninja as simply strangers. The Blizzard Sword Masters are actually not real beings. They are completely composed of snow and ice. Once the ninja actually attack them, they disintegrate into many pieces. This means that Zane in the Ice Emperor form has created sentient life. Whether that's his elemental power or the power of the Staff of Forbidden Spinjitzu though is actually unknown. The Blizzard Archers are the only beings that we've actually seen using the Samurai X-style helmet without anything on the clip. But there is another character that has had the same style before, being Karloff, but the thing is that the clip itself wasn't actually included, but in the show you can actually just see the empty clip on them. Unagami's IQ is actually in the tens of thousands. The way that he actually got this intelligence is currently unknown, but based on the other fact that he does read and look into the people's minds when they're within his game, it seems to be that he has absorbed the knowledge of all of Ninjago's citizens, and that is how he retains the knowledge that he does. But presumably because of this, there seems to be nothing that he doesn't truly know. Red 27 and Red 29 are specified red visors within Prime Empire, but what is interesting is that their designs are not distinct in any sort of sense, and because of that, they technically do not appear within any of the sets, because just standard red visors are what appears within them. So they technically are releasing within minifigure form, but also not. The aerial drones weirdly are not released into Ninjago City once Unagami is able to be free of Prime Empire. When we actually see the army invade, we only actually see red visors. The reason why they remain in the game is currently unknown, but it's most likely due to the fact that they are an aspect of control within the game. Avatar Harumi successfully emulated the manipulative nature of Harumi herself, but doesn't actually share the memories of Harumi. This is confirmation of the fact that they aren't actually the same individual, but what makes it even weirder is the fact that Harumi in Prime Empire is referred to as an avatar and not an NPC. She is the only Prime Empire character that has this trait. Sushimi is a portmanteau of sushi and sashimi, which is of course fitting considering the role that he does play within Prime Empire. That is literally all we know about him. The Hostress actually retains and has similar stylization as we have seen before with the Kabuki. It is unknown whether or not she is actually meant to be a Kabuki because we just simply don't see her for long enough, but by all accounts it seems to be that that's where the design philosophy came from. The Sushimi Sushi chefs actually have what their intention is within their episode written out before we even get to see it. They have a title card before they actually attack Jay and Nia, but that title card in Ninjago actually stands for mini boss. The monster sushi comes in 3 different variants, being arms, ponytails, and hats, and they can also actually multiply within all of these variants and split into miniature versions of themselves. Atta the Ratter is the leader of the Whack Rat, but it's actually one of the few Whack Rats to not be appeared within the show, but the intention actually was to have him in the show at some point in time. The episode in question would have actually have seen the Whack Rats stealing the yellow Kitana in order to heal the leader, who is apparently in an unfinished mess somewhere within Prime Empire. But the thing is that this episode never actually went into production. Whilst Richie was actually consistently called Richie throughout the course of Season 12, weirdly the sets actually have him going by a different name, which is Hausner, but that is because he is named after Pierre Hausner, one of Ninjago's main directors. It's just a very weird inconsistency though. And also, one of the synopses for the episodes of Prime Empire actually have Richie spelt wrong. King Vangelis in the Skull Sorcerer form actually has a lot of inconsistencies between the minifigures. In the actual minifigure variant, he actually has a plain white mask with black eyes. However, in the show, he has green eyes, a mouth, and other highlighted features. But when he does get the second version of the mask and crystallize, it actually does match what we see within the minifigure. Hazardua actually has 2 background stories when it does come to his origins. We don't know anything for definite, such as what his past life was, or even what species he actually is, but it seems to be that the writers disagree on where he comes from. Tommy Andreasen maintains that he is the only one that knows the backstory of Hazardua and also the Reawakened, and he has never specified it outside of the writer's room. However, Doc has stated that Hazardua is from Mysterium, a realm introduced after Tommy Andreasen stopped working on Ninjago. We do not know who really understands the backstory. Mamata seems to be bald underneath his crown. This comes from a drawing that we see from Clutch Powers in Riddle of the Sphinx. Mamata actually gives away his crown, and that is where you can see his bald head. However, this could simply be Clutch's depiction of him, so we don't know if it is the case for sure. Polaric is one of the few characters that we actually get to see with two heads, and he actually has some very fun quirks that come along with it. For one, we do know that he does have two brains. We don't know if they're connected, but he definitely does have two. He also hates headaches, which is very ironic, but he actually speaks in a very similar pattern every time we've seen him. First the first head talks, then the second head, and then the third sentence is always said in union. Rumble Keepers are the lowest tier within their society, but they are actually able to become a Thunder Keeper if they go through a challenge to prove themselves worthy. It is a long-standing tradition, and anyone can sign themselves up in accordance with it. However, we do not know what the challenge actually is. The Thunder Keepers don't actually make an appearance within the show, and we only ever see Rumble Keepers. This is actually not known as to why they don't, but it seems to be that it's just a case of they just fell by the wayside. But ironically, they are the most common Keeper minifigure that you can get in the Island Wave. Kalmar is one of the few Ninjago villains that you yourself can actually communicate with. The voice actor for Kalmar, Giles Panton, often replies to people on Twitter with mini videos talking in the voice of Kalmar. I don't know how often he does it, and please don't badger him for it if you do want it, but it's actually really cool to see that he does that. The Murray Soldiers are a comic book character that actually have an army after the events of Seabound. They attempt to take over Melopia after Benthamar takes over and becomes king himself. They ultimately failed, but we do know that they did survive. The Boa Destructors reuse a handful of elements that we've seen in other Ninjago minifigures that have come before. The headpiece that they use is just a recolored variant of the Pyro Vipers. They utilize the shoulder pads that was used for Zane in the Ninjago City Garden set, and they use the metal gloves that belong to Karloff. So it seems to be that they are a reuse mess. Weirdly speaking, even though a mechanic is fairly common within Ninjago City, the mechanic term is the second time we've ever seen it when it does come to the Cobra mechanics. The first character that's actually used the name verbatim is the mechanic himself. Python Dynamite is actually based off of the Python snake within real life, but ironically speaking, he is not the first character to be inspired off of the snake. The first one, of course, being the beloved Pythor. The Viper Flyers are also based on a type of snake, and they actually are the first instance of being based off of it. Specifically, of course, as the name entails, the Viper. But there's nothing really else to say about it. The Sneaky Snakes are the last type of snake that are within this faction, but ironically speaking, their main defining and unique feature is the fact that they don't actually have one. They are all completely made up of elements that we see in other versions of these Viper Snakes. So, ironically, they're just not really special, but that's what makes them special. It's a bit of a weird one. Mr. F is the only member of the Crystal Council that is not actually a returning villain from previous seasons, as he is only based off of Mr. E and not the same character. This is slightly contradicted though, because Pythor does call Mr. F a new model, but that should just simply imply that he's actually the successor to Mr. E rather than the replacement, although LEGO.com does say that Mr. E is rebuilt after season 9, so we don't actually know what the true story is. The mechanic has actually been an appearing villain throughout Ninjago for a long time now. We've seen him as early as season 6 and as late as the mech shorts, but interestingly, there is a fair few things that we don't actually know about him. The two main things being how he actually lost his left arm before he replaced it with a robotic one, and his name. I wonder if we'll actually get the answer to that one day. The standard Vengestone warrior actually doesn't appear within Crystallized. There is no specified reason as to why this is the case, but the army within the show is entirely made of Vengestone guards, but they do appear within the Ninjago magazine comics, meaning that you can consider them canon because those comics are also technically canon as well. The Vengestone guards only utilize the Vengestone spears within the show as well, so not only are they the only type that we actually get to see, but they also don't utilize the Vengestone swords that we see within the sets as well. The reason as to why we don't see those either is also unknown. The Crystal Zombies are the largest army that has ever existed within Ninjago, because when the Overlord did corrupt the land, he corrupted everyone and everything along with him. So it seems to be that they are actually the strongest army we've ever seen. But interestingly, we only actually see a few characters in this crystallized zombie form. We see the Rice Farmers, the New Ninja, Hypnobrai, Ultraviolet, Kilo, Ronin, Woo's Chicken, Cole, Jay, Kai, and Zane. No one else has been shown. Despite their size, the crystallized spiders actually appear to be very strong. We can mainly see this in the fact that they actually have the strength to be able to carry around Pythor by its thorax. There is no further reason actually as to why they're this strong, and we don't know really how, because they're just simple robots, but who knows? Apparently Harumi was pretty good at her robots. In the initial drafts of Season 1 of Dragon's Rising, Beatrix was actually going to be a male depicted character, known as the Good Emperor. It was later changed to the Good Empress. We're not entirely certain as to why the switch was made, but maybe it was because an emperor has been done before. Raptor has always been shown wearing a visor, and we don't actually know the reason as to why he covers his eyes. It's never been divulged, even though there has been some speculation behind it. Giles Panton, the voice actor for Raptor, has said that he wears it over another visor that he only shows off at special events. We will probably never get the answer. The only thing that we do know is that the minifigure variant of Raptor actually has a scar over the right eye, and that might have something to do with it, but that design element is not in the show. The freebooters do not like their name. I don't know what else to say. I think this is just something that Raptor came up with, and they all had to go along with it in the event of them being either kicked out or maybe even left behind. But who knows? Maybe they'll like it one day. The Claw Generals are one of the few instances where a character is named a general but is never actually shown commanding anyone. There is one instance where we get to see it, and that is in Flying Lessons. It's the only instance where they actually seem to be doing their job. Melvin wasn't actually credited by his name in the credits of the show. Weirdly enough, he was actually credited in the Calm Inside as the Uneasy Guard. We do not know why it was clarified, but it may just simply be down to the name being unconfirmed by that point in time. Dorama's stagehands actually shared the design with the Imperium Guards, but there are two distinct differences when it does come to the design. For one, instead of having the helmet, they actually have the same hot top hat that Dorama has, but it is actually in gold. They also do have different shoulder pads to go along with this design. Jordana has a distinct hatred for people who do not remember her own name. In particular, it is going to be the ninja. Interestingly, Sora never remembered Jordana's name in particular, which is the main reason why she was truly angry. But this is most likely down to the fact that Jordana always viewed Sora as her main rival, but it seems to be that it's had a long-lasting effect on her ego. In the Latin American, Spanish, and Turkish dub of Season 4, LaRoe was actually given a male voice actor when she was in disguise. This was to further conceal the identity and continue to have it unknown until the proper reveal. This is actually very reminiscent of an approach the English version of Ninjago took in Crystallized, where a male voice actor was voicing Harumi when she had the kabuki mask on. The lead loyalist is actually one of the few loyalists that aren't actually named. All we know is that they used to live in Imperium and they are the highest rank. They are the loyalists that actually went to the Land of Madness to collect half of the Weapon of Desolation. But we just simply do not know much more. All we know is that they're a she and they are voiced by Bethany Brown. Johnny Courageous was actually teased in the first episode of Season 4. One of the loyalists that can be seen at the end of the Whispering Woods actually shares the same voice actor as him, but it is unclear if it's meant to be Johnny, but it does seem to be a case of showing off the voice actor beforehand. The Grand Inquisitor was carried through on a throne in Umbra Sylvis, and this is actually very similar to the Sedia Gestastoria in Catholicism, where the Pope was traditionally carried on a throne. It seems to be that that is where the inspiration came from. It was never clarified what role Sora's parents had when it did come to the Loyalists in Season 4. The only thing that we do know for sure is that they were in Imperium towards the end. It seems to be that they were one of the sleeper agents that was referred to during the season itself. But who knows, they may have been elsewhere, we just simply do not have the answer to it. Bonnie was one of the loyalists shown within the Land of Madness, but what is weird is the fact that she isn't actually shown beyond the Land of Madness itself. She is shown to be flying away with the other loyalists, but we never see her pop up again. So the question is, what actually happened to her? She probably just put her mask back on, but who truly knows? The Administrator is one of the biggest mysteries within modern Ninjago, especially Dragon's Rising, but the thing is that it seems to be that we aren't going to be getting the answer to it in the traditional sense. Doc has confirmed that the identity of the Administration will be revealed at one point, but the thing is that it's been specified that it won't be within the show, but some form of external media. Agent Roderick Allen is actually one of the most used administration agents that we've seen throughout Dragon's Rising, appearing every single time we've actually gone to the administration. We do not know why there is a preference for him specifically, but it does seem to be that he is the go-to when it does come to the agents. Agent Denholt actually has a combined appearance of two previous characters. For one, she actually has a similar appearance to Jenny, but also does share the same hair as Milton Dyer. We do not know why Milton Dyer was used specifically here, but it is seemingly the option. Agent Farbanissa is a comics-only character that is an agent of the administration, but her name is actually a pun on Fra Farbanissa, which is from the spy satire Austin Powers. Agent Carrot is actually responsible for getting their hands on one of the Dragon Cores, but interestingly, after getting the Dragon Core, he actually doesn't have any appearances beyond that point. He is seen in the following episode after he has gotten it, but that is quite literally it. We do not know why he has suddenly disappeared, but maybe he did the same thing as Jay. Agent Underwood is a Hypnobrai serpent that is an administration agent, but interestingly has broken a line that we haven't really seen in Ninjago before, being the fact that even though that she is a Hypnobrai, she is purple, and has the same colours as Pythor before he was bleached. We do not know how this variant of serpent exists. Agent Ramirez only appears within the 4th season of Dragon's Rising, but interestingly, she does actually share the name of another agent that first appeared in an issue of the Ninjago magazine 2 years prior to this appearance, but we aren't actually aware of whether or not they are the same agent, but I believe they do have different designs, so it's most likely not the case. Agent Ramirez is one of the comic magazine agents that we see throughout the course of its lifetime, but the interesting thing is that this is one of the agents that is actually stolen from the ninja. They is actually responsible for stealing a piece of Sora's mech. In the end, the ninja actually then attacked the agents, including him, as a means to get it back. Agent Prentice is actually not credited by his name, which is interesting. He's actually credited as the reassignment agent. But beyond all of that, it also appears to be that he was actually named after a character from Nexo Knights, being Ava Prentice, but we don't have that link confirmed. Agent Ether is actually a female Melopian, and on its own that may not be worth anything of note, but what's interesting is that she's actually the second known Melopian female, the first one being Niat of all characters, so it seems to actually be fairly unique to her. Agent Blake Donovan was named after the production coordinator of Ninjago, Blake Donovan. It's literally his name verbatim, so fair enough. He's also one of the only agents to actually wear a fully black suit within the administration, the other one being Agent Walker. Agent Leopold isn't exactly the most hygienic of agents, considering that it is known that he has very smelly gym shorts, to the point where Jay knew that he could grab them as a means of distraction. Agent Deborah exists purely as a means to convey the severity of Season 3 Part 2, because the only time we actually hear about this character is when we are told that her soul was in fact taken by Drix. There is literally no other mention of her whatsoever. The Robo Eliminators are actually a reference to the Daleks from Doctor Who. As a Doctor Who fan, I was very happy to see this, and it makes sense considering that Doc is actually a massive fan of it as well. Raz appears to be particularly fond at collecting trophies from his victories. We see that he kept the returning prismatic blade for years on end, only for it to become useful when the time was right. He also made armor out of the skeletal remains of the Skulkin within the underworld. And lastly, he has seemingly taken the Green Bone Leader's helmet. So it seems to be that he likes to remember his own personal feats. The bear claws that the wolf mask warriors use within the show actually are very closely resembling another pair of claws that are in minifigure form, being part 88811. However, they actually use a different part in the sets themselves, being part 10187, but this is most likely due to the fact that the claw pieces that they are inspired off of were retired in 2018. The wolf mask guards don't actually appear within the show, but it seems to be that they were referenced in the episode Rising Ninja, because at some point during the episode, Cinder removes the mask from one of the wolf mask warriors, and when they fall down to the ground, they have a hood that resembles the minifigure variant, but it's not confirmed whether or not it's actually a guard. We are actually familiar with how Noct views two of the other members of the Forbidden Five. Rox, his sister, we know for a fact that Noct would do anything for her. However, in contrast, we know that Noct very often does not like Drix. We aren't fully aware though about how he feels about Zark or Kerr. It has been confirmed that Rox is the smartest member of all of the Forbidden Five, but considering some of the decisions she's made throughout Ninjago, I really wouldn't agree with that statement, but that is just me. We also know that Rox can actually howl like a real wolf if she wants to, but she just simply chooses not to. Zark is the only member of the Forbidden Five who does not interact with Raz in any sort of way. He hasn't even personally met Raz throughout the course of the show. It's weird to think about that considering how linked the characters are with each other, but Zark just simply never comes across him. Drix throughout the entirety of Season 3 never blinks. This is most likely just due to the fact that he is a bug and he has bug-like eyes, but it's really interesting to note that he just simply never does it throughout the entirety of the season, and going back and looking at the episodes, you realise you can't not notice it as soon as you realise. Kerr is the only member of the Forbidden Five that doesn't actually use a prismatic blade, whether that's as a personal weapon or to liberate Thunderfang. This is down to the fact that the prismatic blade that she was tasked with getting was actually destroyed by the time that she got to the tournament Temple City, but beyond all of that, she just never touches one beyond it, which is interesting to note because the other four did. Even though Lord Argus is a comics only character and is actually one of the latest additions to Lordship, chronologically speaking, he is the first character within all of Ninjago that we are aware of that has received the title of Lord, beating out Garmadon, Belgrave, Mogra and Raz. Similarly though, it seems to be that he also beats out Raz in the fact that he was the first Lord that came from the wilderness. Tyr actually shares his name with the god of war within Norse mythology, and a lot of people, myself included, assumed this was a reference to the power that he does possess. In reality, he is just simply named after Kevin Burke's nephew. It's really funny in retrospect. The Dragonian warriors are actually unique in the fact that they are the only warriors that actually are both the Dragonian trackers and also the spectral Dragonians. For some reason, no other category of Dragonian actually matches the two. To expand off of that, the Dragonian scouts are only presented as spectral beings within the show, although the living versions that you would have seen as the trackers do actually appear as minifigures. But I will say that the living versions also do feature in the Ninjago magazine, but the issue in question is not actually canon. The acid monsters have actually had a handful of names over the course of their development. Of course, in the end they are called acid monsters, but during a Scent interview they were actually referred to as the acid snakes, but in concept art they were labelled as acid water monsters. We do not know where the water aspect came from, but that might have been something that didn't get off of the cutting room floor, because water is not present in any of the elemental monsters. The Earth monsters also follow this routine, being the fact that they've had 3 different names. In the end, the Earth monsters, but in a set interview they were referred to as the Tar monsters. That is definitely reflected in their elemental abilities within the show, but in a LEGO livestream they were actually called the Rock monsters. The mutation monsters don't appear to have any sort of legs. This is from one shot that we've seen in Season 4, but this may be simply due to animation restrictions, because we have seen other characters who have cloaks before actually not have legs as well, the main one actually being Zark. But the difference between Zark and the mutation monsters is that their cloth is actually see-through, whereas Zark's wasn't. The fire monsters actually have transparent arms during the course of the show, but this is actually a complete difference in comparison to the minifigure because they do not have transparent arms. This is probably due to the fact that in the show it goes between transparent and solid, so it wouldn't have been easy to have actually accomplished. The ice monster is identical in its appearance to the fire monster, which is fitting considering that they are opposing forces within elements, but it's also notable that they're the only two monsters that actually do have an opposing elemental type. The other ones are fairly unique to themselves. The smoke creatures are the second canonical enemy that the ninja have ever taken on, albeit not within the show, but it's interesting considering they actually seem to be more powerful than elemental powers, because the three abilities that they use is actually much stronger. For example, the smoke. They can actually remain in the form of smoke for much longer than a smoke master. They take the power of form, but they can actually go any size they like, in contrary to the elemental master. And then, unlike Amber, they can actually copy other abilities beyond elemental abilities, such as Spinjitzu. Soto is the villain that seemingly hates the most of the other villains, because he actually has a fair few conflicts with some of the other main antagonists. He imprisoned Trainerkn, which of course is in of itself. He's challenged Garmadon for leadership, he has fought against the Serpentine, and he has also fought against Chen for his own peg leg. The first mate is, well, the first mate of the original Destiny's Bounty crew, and the right hand of Soto, but what is interesting is that even though he was restored by the Mega Weapon, we haven't actually seen him past the point of Ninja Ball run, because just simply why not? The presumable answer is that he is just within prison, but it's interesting to note that we have seen Soto many times, but not his first mate. No-Eyed Pete has been one of the more loyal pirate members of Soto's crew, but it appears to be that Soto isn't the biggest fan of him anymore, because even though we do see him in Encrypted, and we actually do see Soto leave the prison within Encrypted, he doesn't actually bring No-Eyed Pete with him, and this is due to the constant mistakes that he's made over the course of time, some of them proven to have been fatal, so Soto is seemingly punishing him for what he has done. Bizarro Kai is the longest lasting of the Bizarro Ninja, and is seemingly the best one of combat of the bunch, as he is the one who can withstand people for the longest. It took multiple people to actually take him down. It seems to be that he's just simply the better of the bunch. Bizarro J is the first person depicted on screen to be kissing Nia. This of course is a lot more important later on in the episode that it does feature in, but obviously this was during the infancy of Nia and Jay's relationship. He just simply didn't care because, well, it's not exactly like it's his life, it's only the same face. Not too much is actually known about Bizarro Cole, apart from the fact that they aren't credited within the credits of the episode. It's most likely just due to the fact that they are the exact same character, so it would have just been a waste of space. But regardless of it, we don't actually get them officially credited by their own names. Bizarro Zane is weirdly good at dodgeball. He has actually presented a large amount of skill in accordance with it, and I do find that fairly interesting. But of course, the Bizarro Ninja are meant to be replicants of the ninja. So does that mean that Zane secretly, this whole time, has actually been a massive fan and really good at dodgeball? The Ice Behemoth is actually capable of self-regeneration, as he has been depicted as rebuilding himself in any sort of combat scenario, which is interesting because that is a very rare ability to have within Ninjago. But yeah, he's just able to come back at will, which is honestly kind of scary. The Shadow Army is a byproduct of Klaus and his own dark magic, but because of the nature of how they were released, they are the first for a lot of things and the only for a lot of things. For one, they are the only villainous faction who don't have any physical minifigures, and the other one is that they are the only villainous faction to appear on the monastery mural but not actually be within the TV series. Tanabrax is actually a dark puppet master, which is ironic because it does actually fit the name that he does have, as Tanabrax is derived from tenebris, the Latin word for darkness. Misdemeanor actually really enjoys fighting the ninja, as she sees herself as finally being at the point where she is capable of taking them on, and that is actually the case, as she has actually never failed at beating the ninja in a fight unless they have had assistance from another group, so it seems to be that she's fairly good at them considering that she's beaten them twice. Lord Mogra is actually the perfect comparison piece with his dynamic with Garmadon in comparison to Garmadon's relationship with Samukai. Lord Mogra is actually the leader of the Red Crows, and what he actually does during that time is take the Red Crows for himself, which were actually members of the Sons of Garmadon. He also takes Garmadon's helmet during this time, and like I said, it's the perfect comparison considering that Garmadon did the exact same thing to Samukai. Francis is a part of the Red Crows, and ironically this massive stereotypical bully that does meet their ultimate demise, but not really. He actually gets knocked out, and in his whole shtick of being a bully and trying to take things for himself, he actually gets struck by a villager lady with a frying pan. He was knocked out cold. The Chroma is the villain that we have talked about a few hours ago now when it does come to the paintings that we've seen within the comic series Spinjitzu Brothers. And even though he does have that instance within the comics, it seems to be that the Chroma actually survived that comic and is encountered with Wu in another point in time. This is hinted at the fact as Wu dismisses the painting that the Chroma was a part of and says that it's no longer a threat, indicating that there might have been something more to it. The Greys are the army that were under the control of the Chroma and were completely created by the Chroma. Because of this, this army cannot exist without the Chroma existing. So at the end of the comic where they were depicted, when the Chroma was seemingly destroyed, they also vanished, and we have never seen them again. Dorama is mentioned having received the Certificate of Honorable Mention from the Ninjago City Acting Union on 2 separate occasions. We have spoke about this earlier on, but again, in similar vein, we do not know what those certificates were truly for. But the other thing that we don't know is whether or not this achievement was attained before or after the merge. Raz's master is actually the direct pinnacle of all of the knowledge that Raz seems to know when it does come to Dragon's Rising. We know that Raz discovered certain elements of the story through his master, such as the fact that Wu is the reason why the merge was caused, which is further more interesting because of the link with Wu, because Wu does know who Raz's master is. It's just simply a case of he has not told anyone who. But also, it seems to be that Raz's master has further games at mind, because when asked whether or not Raz was chosen for a specific reason, Doc stated sorta yes, but it's a bit more complicated than that. Maybe we'll get the answers one day. Blecht actually has a lot of design differences in comparison from his TV counterpart to his set counterpart, mainly being the fact that he has plain legs, a mustache is printed on his face rather than it being 3-dimensional, he is missing features around his eyes, and the colour varies in the actual clothes themselves. This may just be down to the fact of concept art, but we don't know why they are so different from each other. The attacker bots actually share a lot of design elements with the security bots within the Tournament Temple City. The main difference obviously being that they are purple and black instead of the gold that the temple bots are. But the interesting thing is that they also utilize different weapons. The attacker bot utilizes throwing stars and the Gilberhorn, whereas the security bot uses blasters. But it's also an indication of where they truly came from, because they belonged to Blecht. Powerlid only occasionally refers to himself in the third person. There is no distinct reason as to why he changes to and from at any given moment, but it seems to be that there is a reason for why he does so, but the reason is currently unknown, but hopefully we don't see Powerlid ever again. Lee is a complete enigma. There is nothing really confirmed about him in any sort of sense, but we do know 2 things for sure. For one, he is not an elemental master. Considering his abilities of self-duplication, there was a theory that he was, but it has been confirmed that he isn't. The other thing is that we don't actually know what species he is. When asked about it, Doc's answer was simply that he is just Lee. Evil Lloyd or Enemy Lloyd is a direct reflection of the regular Lloyd in the most literal sense, because his outfit is quite literally just the Ghost Hunter outfit, just without the shoulder pads, but it's of course in a darker green. But speaking of the colour green, his elemental power is also more of a tealish shade in comparison to Lloyd's, of course being the fact that he is the manifestation of the bad sides of him. So apart from the main characters now, we've only actually got creatures left, and that is actually really crazy to think about. But I will say I'm going to be a little more specific from here onwards, because just talking about dogs or cats within Ninjago is not exactly interesting. So for the most part, I'm going to be going for named characters or ones of significance. Basically, I'm going to be talking about most of the dragons, but there are some other little ones in there. But starting off with Firstborn. Firstborn is actually the strongest of all of the Arc Dragons, and can be considered their leader. But despite this, she actually doesn't have a lot of the traits that we've seen with other Arc Dragons. For one, we don't actually see her communicating with human speech like other ones, but this might just be simply down to the fact that she chose not to. She also doesn't actually have the Crown of Thorns. Slab is the only one of the hunted dragons that actually got a Lego form, but not in his own set. All of the other ones actually had sets completely based around them, but he actually came in at a side build within the Dragon Pit set, and because of this, he is actually bigger than he should be when it does come to the show. Stormbringer wasn't actually mentioned by name within the show, she is simply just referred to as Lightning Dragon, but due to the fact that she does have a set based around her, that is actually where we got the confirmation of her name, so it seems to be it's another case of the sets coming in clutch. Stormbringer's baby is actually the first dragon that has been shown as a baby within the entirety of the franchise. It is crazy that it took 9 seasons to actually get to this point. There have now been multiple since then, the most notable example being Ryu, but the thing is that this is the first of the lot, which is actually kind of weird to think about. Shard in the LEGO set was depicted being white with orange accents throughout, however in the show itself he was actually light blue with white accents. The reason for the discrepancy is actually unknown. It is most likely a case of just simple concept art being used for the set, as they are typically done using concept art in mind, but he is actually inaccurate by all accounts. Flame seems to be the preference in terms of LEGO set features, because he is actually the only one that has had a remake since the original releases in 2011 if you are not counting the Ultra Dragon. Flame was shown within Ninjago Legacy. Personally speaking, I actually think it was a big missed potential to not do the rest. Rocky is the first dragon that we personally saw within Ninjago, so he has the staple of being one of the most noteworthy creatures in all of the show. But what is also interesting is that it has been noted that Rocky and Cole are the closest between all of the ninja and their own respective dragons. The reason for this is because Cole actually got over his fear of dragons because of Rocky. Wisp is the only dragon that has actually been given a nickname, which seems weird, but it actually is the case. In Secrets of the Blacksmith, Nia refers to Wisp as Blue Boy. It seems to have a very fun little ring to it. Boreal is technically the last time we actually saw an elemental dragon, because it has been noted that Boreal was made purely out of the power of ice. It was confirmed as well within the show itself, so it seems to be that he is the last one of its kind, and honestly it's very interesting to note that it's actually an elemental dragon by all accounts, considering that by this point in time it's been a while since we've actually seen them. Bandit is a light dragon from the realm of shadows, and it's interesting to note that he is essentially one of a kind. He comes from a species known as the Yin Yang dragons, and he is the only one that we've actually seen of this kind. Maybe one day we will actually see more of them. The Archdragon of the Shintaran Ridgebacks of course belongs to the tribe of the Shintaran Ridgebacks in Shintaro. We actually don't know anything about this dragon, considering that literally all we know is that they exist, and that was through Doc. One of Chompy's most defining features is the fact that he is able to transform from a small dragon to a larger one, and it was actually often theorized that it was some form of elemental ability, but it has been confirmed by Doc that the ability to change its size is actually unique to Shintaran Ridgebacks, meaning that it's something that the entirety of the clan can do. Griefbringer is most likely not native to Shintaro Mountains. This is due to Tommy Andreasen saying that it was probably not going to be the case. It also does make sense when you do consider the fact that he is seemingly one of a kind, and he doesn't match the design philosophy that we have seen thus far. The Archdragon of the Jungle Dragons is another one of the dragons that we do not know anything about, considering the fact that we all have been told that their existence was confirmed by Doc. Again, just another one that we'll probably encounter at some point down the line. Zippy's tongue is 5 times longer than Master Wu's beard. I really did not need to know that one, but considering that I know it, you now need to know it as well. I have no idea why this was stated. Zippy's uncle might not actually have an accurate name. Whilst he has only ever been referred to as Zippy's uncle, it seems to have come from the fact that Cole sarcastically referred to the dragon as Zippy's bad-tempered uncle after being attacked by him, so it's entirely likely that they are not actually related. The Dragonites are the only aspect of the Crystal Army where we don't actually know what they look like before they were activated by the power of the Overlord, as in any scene depicting the Vengestone Warriors was actually done without them being present. We do not know their actual origins. They may not even be created by Vengestone. The matriarch of the mountain dragons was actually referred to as a source dragon by Lloyd in the Merge Part 2. This was of course a mistake that was later corrected by Doc. It's interesting that that was actually the case, and it's most likely because it was done before that the concept was actually ironed out. Aridane isn't your typical mountain dragon, because she actually has a unique stripe pattern on her body instead of spots, and she does at the very least have a similar colour as her mother, but that's the only thing that she actually has. The reason why she is unique in comparison to the rest is actually unknown. The Source Dragon of Balance is the Source Dragon that was confirmed to have been departed after being unearthed by Cole, Frack and Kai, but interestingly, their departure has actually been hinted at a handful of times. In the Battle of the Trainerkn Monastery, all of the dragon symbols are seen in front of Lloyd, but Balance is actually absent. The Source Dragon of Energy's voice actually changed between Season 1 and Season 2. In Season 1, it's a lot more deeper, booming tone, but as of Season 2 and onwards, it has become slightly higher and softer. The change of the voice and the reason why is currently unknown, but it may be just simply down to the fact of the condition that the Source Dragon was in during Season 1. The Source Dragon of Flow is the only Source Dragon who only has elements from the original series of the show. Any elemental ability introduced in Dragon's Rising belongs to the other 6 Source Dragons, which is actually fairly interesting to see. But the other thing that we do know about the Source Dragon of Flow is that if the Source Dragon actually established a sacred reservoir and appointed a guardian to protect the timeline, the ones who would protect it would be the Elemental Masters of Time. If only we knew where they were! The Source Dragon of Focus is the only one of the Source Dragons that has been incorrectly named, because in a magazine, it has actually been referred to as a Source Dragon of Meditation, but this was confirmed by Doc to just simply be a translation error. The Source Dragon of Life may potentially be related to Firstborn, as when Doc was asked about whether or not they were related, his answer would simply be that that was a spoiler, which means that there may actually be more of a link between the Source Dragons and the mortal dragons within the realms than we actually did initially realise. The Source Dragon of Motion is the only Source Dragon as of current, which is Season 4 Part 1, that has received a LEGO set depicting herself. It's a really cool looking set, and I definitely recommend it if you haven't got it, but of course that is always going to be subject to change. The Source Dragon of Strength is the only Source Dragon that has been noted to have a disdain for mortals, and the motives, reasons or attitudes towards it has been remained secret, as Doc has confirmed that it's going to be explored in Dragon's Rising before the show's completion. Jiro is actually named after Hannah Lee Cook's cat, and she is one of the writers of Ninjago that has been a part of the team since the beginning of Dragon's Rising. Cats are really cool. The Arc Dragon of the Jinjaran Dragons is one of the few of the Arc Dragons that we actually at least know something about, being the fact that when Ninjago fell during the events between Season 5 and 6, the Arc Dragon did perish alongside the rest of the tribe. Xanth is the only remaining Jinjagan dragon as far as we are aware. This is down to the fact that they were not in the realm of Ninjago when it fell, but the reason as to why Xanth wasn't in the realm is actually not known. Heatwave is Wildfire's dragon throughout the course of Dragon's Rising, but weirdly enough Heatwave is actually portrayed to be Kai's dragon rather than Wildfire's within the set, and this actually weirdly marks the second instance of a dragon belonging to Kai when it actually wasn't his. The first one is actually Firstborn. Red is one of the dragons that Wildfire encounters during her own adventures. Red is actually the youngest of his siblings. There's not really anything else to say about him. Sparky is another one of the dragons that was encountered by Wildfire and another one of the siblings. But interestingly, Sparky's name actually does have a callback to certain other elements of Ninjago. For one, it is the name of the plush dragon that was owned by Nia when she was younger, and that is according to Lego.com, and it's also the nickname that Nia used for Jay in the episode or mini short Samurai X Extreme. Feisty is the oldest of the siblings that Wildfire does encounter. That is it. Eagles is considered to be the stronger between him and Rontu. However, Rontu is considered to be the fastest of the two, but when put against each other in a 10 round match, Eagles would have won 6 times out of the 10. King Erd Leatherwing is actually a dragon patriarch and has a fairly impressive record behind him. He is a spinjitzu master, a teacher, a writer, and a former student of the first spinjitzu master himself. He was actually also responsible for writing the sagas of the Eternal Sources. The Patriarch of the Northern Spiral is one of the dragons that were unfortunately hunted down by both Noct and Rox in an attempt to take the crowns of thorns in a way to make the dragon ivory. Not much more is known about this dragon aside from that. The Archdragon of the Northern Spiral is also supposedly another one of the dragons that were slain during this time, and we don't actually have this dragon mentioned specifically within the series. Their existence was mentioned by Doc on Twitter. Hermes is one of the spirit dragons from the tournament Temple City that was able to send messages between people, and he is the only one of the spirit dragons to actually be named, and that is very strange considering how many we've actually seen over the course of time. Rontu and also by extension Eagles are the first 2 dragons that have actually been shown to be able to fully speak naturally within Ninjago. Most other dragons speak telepathically or do not communicate at all. And again, in similar vein to what I said before about baby dragons, it is crazy to think that the first time we've seen a dragon naturally speak was in Dragons Rising. The Matriarch of the Fallen Leaves is another one of the dragons mentioned to have been slain by Rox and Noct during the time where they were stealing crowns. Again, another dragon that unfortunately fell in accordance with their own plans during the Tournament of Sources. The Archdragon of the Fallen Leaves is one of the few instances where we've been told that an Archdragon has actually been given birth to their own descendant. Unfortunately, the Archdragon of Fallen Leaves is no longer with us as they have since departed, but their child is now by extension the new Archdragon of the Fallen Leaves, but we've yet to see them. Akisian Coldfang the Wise is a dragon, or more specifically an ice dragon, who was a mentor that taught Spinjitzu, and their most notable students that they did teach was actually Rontu and Eagles. We do not know what has happened since, but it is most likely that they have since departed. Even though Thunderfang is actually a direct spawn of the Firstborn and also an Archdragon, he doesn't actually fall under a Source Dragon because he wasn't born with an elemental power. This actually goes through to a very funny thing about Thunderfang's entire plan. His ambition to become the 8th Source Dragon, specifically the Source Dragon of Chaos, was fundamentally misguided, as he simply just didn't grasp the reality of his aspirations. It literally was impossible for him to do. In a handful of dubs, specifically the Finnish, Dutch, and Castilian Spanish dub, the Archdragon of Focus is actually referred to as the Source Dragon of Focus, even though he isn't. But by technicality, these dubs aren't actually wrong, as the Archdragon of Focus is considered to be the mortal avatar of the Source Dragon of Focus. So it's technically correct, but a little messy. Diadon is a very unique looking dragon, but not unique in the sense of having an exclusive design, because in the game Creatures of Sonaria, there are actually 3 variants. Diadon herself, there is a red version of her dubbed Monster, and a grey version dubbed Unaligned. Whether or not these are canon is unsure, but the game itself is not specified to not be canon, so who knows. We also currently do not know the status of Diadon. The Archdragon of Life actually has gone by 2 names so far within Ninjago. Of course, the most common name being the Archdragon of Life, but they have also been referred to as the Archdragon of the Whispering Woods within Greatest Battles. But by all accounts, Archdragon of Life is the correct name considering that it has been utilized within the show. Krabby has an incredibly thick hide, to the point where we don't actually know how strong it truly is, nor what it's actually made out of, but it's thick enough to the point and strong enough to the point where it was able to break Lloyd's sword, so it's clearly stronger than metal. Wojira is the only known being that has actually defeated the first Spinjitzu Master. There is only one other person that we know for a fact has fought against the first Spinjitzu Master, being the Overlord, but by all accounts, he was actually able to defeat the Overlord, whereas Wojira was able to overthrow the first Spinjitzu Master. But this might actually be due to the fact that the first Spinjitzu Master was actually quite young during the time of their encounter. But still, Wojira is the only one. The Great Devourer was actually initially meant to be a whole lot more than initially realised, as there is a scrapped concept for a season with the title The Dawn of the Devourers. This is where you would have seen a Devourer representing each of the Serpentine tribes. The Great Devourer that we do see was actually going to be the representation of the Venomari. Firefang was actually directly inspired off of the Great Devourer in terms of its design, and you can actually see it when you realise this. This was according to the set designer Demetrios Stamatis. I'm sorry if I got your name wrong. This is actually extremely fitting, considering the fact that Firefang is the third largest snake that we have ever seen, of course after the Great Devourer and the Anacondrae Serpent. The Grundle made its main appearance within Season 2 of Ninjago, and also made a cameo appearance within Season 5, but did you know that Grundle actually appeared within Season 8? When Lloyd and Harumi were being chased through Primeval's eye, we see a foot, and it's actually the foot of the Grundle. The appearance in this episode implies that a Grundle-like species is still alive within Primeval's eye, and the name of the jungle might actually be a reference to it. Also, out of universe reason is the fact that using the foot of a pre-existing creature was less expensive than making a new one. Rodrigo is the name that Pythor gave to the rat that helped him escape and get to the ninja, but interestingly, it is not the only thing that Pythor is actually given the name Rodrigo to, as Pythor had a baseball bat whilst in Kryptarian prison that he also named Rodrigo. This could just simply be a reference to the rat, or he is just quite simply fond of the name. The astroparasites are the only known species in the realm of Ninjago that are not originating from the planet of Ninjago in of itself, or has migrated from another realm. As far as we're aware, they're the only evidence of any form of alien life that we have seen depicted canon within the show. Mr. Fuzzly Fuzzly is the name of Mayor Trustable's cat that we actually see within Crystallized, and it's actually very close to the pronunciation that we actually hear within the show. That matters because Tommy Andreasen has actually stated his name is Mr. Fuzzly Wuzzly, so as far as we're aware, it is the first one I have mentioned, but of course there is some conflicting evidence. Sir Chomsalot is a bulldog that we see within Ninjago, and actually is only one of 2 named dogs within the series. He's also very cute. Although speaking of named dogs, Snickers is the other named dog within Ninjago, and what's more interesting about Snickers is the fact that he's shown to actually have quicker reflexes than Cole, as when the road in Ninjago City collapses, the dog moves before the ninja. Of course that might be due to the fact that Cole is holding 6 people, but I digress. Woo's chicken actually has a weird amount of things confirmed about it. For one, her name appears to be Mrs. Benedict and has the ability to speak, but this was shown in the season 13 blooper reel, also being shown to have lightning based powers, but it's never been confirmed that she's actually an elemental user. We also know that she did survive the merge. But with Woo's chicken done, we actually now officially find ourselves within the final stretch. This has been a long time coming, but let's get into the final few characters who are the mains of Ninjago as a series. Ryu, despite being a dragon, is actually based off of a dog, being Kevin Burke's dog, Robbie. And I absolutely love that, and when you look at the mannerisms and the actions and just the movements of Ryu, you realise that it actually does make a lot of sense. It's a cute detail that I actually love looking at now that I am aware of it. Wildfire has always depicted herself as this strong, independent character throughout Dragon's Rising, but interestingly, during the Phantasm Cave, we actually have been told what Wildfire saw. We never saw it within the series, but it was later stated by Doc that what she saw was Heatwave getting sick with wasting sickness. This makes a lot of sense considering that she does have a very close bond with him. Frack is actually a lot younger than we realized, and he is actually the youngest member of the ninja team. This is considering the fact that in a photo we have of Frack, we can actually see him, his mother, and his father in the tomb of the Stone Army. It also makes sense considering that he is in fact a hybrid, because he is actually of two different serpentine tribes, something that wouldn't have been able to happen before the events of Ninjago itself. Sora appears to actually be ambidextrous. This is considering that in the episode The Land of Lost Things, she is actually seen writing with both of her hands. This makes a lot of sense considering how gifted that she is and how smart she is actually being depicted. It's actually also just a fairly common trait, so it's cool to see that she is able to utilize both of her hands with writing, although it has not been seen beyond this episode. Aaron is the only ninja that does not have any sort of elemental abilities and is not an elemental master. There have of course been plenty of theories to suggest that he is, but it is in fact not the case. Doc himself has confirmed that Aaron does not have an elemental power and has no connection whatsoever to the Source Dragons, so it does make him a first in terms of the ninja team. Garmadon was originally going to have a very different ending to what we have last seen when it does come to the character. He would have actually gone away in endings in a different sense. He was originally going to be flying away on Firstborn with the 4 golden weapons, and he was going to create a new realm like the first Spinjitzu master had done. This was ultimately scrapped, I'm assuming so they could utilize the character within the future. And whether or not you like his depiction in Crystallize, you could say whether it's good or bad, but he was meant to have a very different outcome, and I honestly would have been very curious to have seen it. Wu actually has the honor of having a very unique stand-in terms of the original show specifically. Not including Dragon's Rising, Wu is the first character to appear within the franchise, and he is also the last character that appears in the franchise as well. He also then has the last speaking line in Crystallized, where he states remarkable, simply remarkable. Nia Spinjitzu is actually naturally red. This is shown in the fact that the first time she used it in season 2, it is actually a darker red, but this is actually due to the corrupted dark matter. But she then does use that same dark red Spinjitzu in the Tournament of Elements intro, but that is seemingly not canon as she definitively learned Spinjitzu between season 6 and Day of the Departed. In Day of the Departed, it is then the lighter water-like blue that we are all familiar with, but interestingly, in one of the original versions of Day of the Departed, her Spinjitzu was still red. It wasn't until Tommy Andreasen asks them to change it because he was quote horrified to see that it was actually still red. He insisted it had to be changed. Cole has actually been shown to conquer most of his fears throughout the entirety of Ninjago. He has conquered his fear of dragons, he has conquered his fear of snakes, he has conquered his fear of being a ghost, and he has also fought his fear of singing in front of others. So you may believe that he's virtually bulletproof. There may not be any more fears for him to have. But of course, he can't summon his elemental dragon anymore, and that is because the ninja are still afraid. So when wondering what he's truly afraid of, according to Tommy Andreasen, Cole's greatest fear now is not living up to his mother's promise. Zane's ability of senses is honestly extremely weird. He has been described to have a sixth sense because he has clairvoyance and he has visions. This is obviously something that has been depicted many times, but it's also probably due to his nindroid nature. We also know that he is able to smell, as he said he could smell Fugidove's brother in Ninjago Confidential. But he actually lacks the ability to taste, because in the episode The Missing, he says Sora's pies taste fine because he doesn't have taste buds. Jay is the only human character within the entirety of the franchise to have been depicted naked. I know, in season 4 when he fights Belobo, he is actually shown to be naked as a means to defeat Belobo. Of course, in season 4 it has seemingly been retconned, but who actually knows what the case is. But regardless of it, he's the only character that has received that medal. Kai has actually had a crossover within media that is completely exclusive to him, and that is actually with Minecraft. He appeared in the set The Illager Raid 21160 from the LEGO Minecraft theme. This is most likely because Season 12 or Prime Empire is focused on a video game, and they came out around about the same time. But interestingly, the outfit that Kai wears in this crossover is resembling his Season 8 Sons of Garmadon outfit. It is a really cool little bit of trivia, and honestly one that a lot of people tend to forget about. Lloyd has a really bad tendency on picking his nose and eating it. This was actually stated when a worm within the Cloud Kingdom says this and uses the present tense, and Lloyd has no attempt whatsoever to actually deny this fact. So it seems to be that it's something he actively does. It may just potentially be some sort of mechanism that he uses, or it's just something that he can't break the cycle of. But we've never seen it depicted within the show, but he doesn't deny doing it. So yeah, he picks his nose. The Overlord, by all accounts, has the ability to overpower a Source Dragon under the right conditions, but it would be difficult for him to do so. And it's interesting because we also know that he could possess a Source Dragon if he wanted to, and it's possible at some point that he actually did try to take on the Source Dragons. And what's interesting is that the fact that it's dependent on the right conditions ties into something else that we know about him as well. That being the fact that whilst the Overlord always does have access to his powers, they are varied and limited dependent on the vessel that he inhabits. Certain vessels just won't give him the access that he does desire, and this actually is very fitting, considering that the most powerful variants we've ever seen of the Overlord were made by his own design, that being the Crystal King form and also that of the Golden Master. And last but certainly not least is the First Spinjitzu Master. There has been a lot of questions about him since Dragon's Rising, but a few things have been confirmed. For one, he had creation and destruction before he ever encountered the Source Dragons, and whilst he is actually on a very good personal relationship with the Source Dragons, he is actually much more than we initially realized. The question of how he actually is in relation to them has always been a question, mainly on whether or not he's a conduit, and by all accounts he actually is, but compared to Lloyd, he is simply more. Lloyd is the conduit for one Source Dragon, whereas the First Spinjitzu Master is the conduit to all 7, and he has mastered all of their elemental powers, but it seems to just simply be that he is on a level of the Source Dragons, if not more. But with that, that is every single Ninjago character and a fact about them. This has honestly been a massive journey, and if you are still here, thank you so much for watching this with me. This has honestly been an experience, and I consider myself so much more knowledgeable about Ninjago because of this. I've cycled through so much information and so much trivia to be able to do this video. I feel like so many characters I have a new appreciation for because of this, and I want to know, how do you feel now after watching it? How do you feel about all of these characters? Do you feel like you've learned more? Did you know all of this? Is this something that you guys just simply enjoyed? I would love to know, because this has been a big project and I certainly have enjoyed every single second of it. But with all of that, I am not going to waste another second of your time. Thank you very much for watching this video. Like I said, if you've gone through all of this with me, honestly, your support means the absolute world to me. I cannot thank you guys enough, and I absolutely adore these projects, and I hope you do as well. And let me know if you do like them, because if you do, I am more than happy to continue doing it, because I have plenty more ideas like this. But if you did enjoy this video and you do want to see more, whether it's these long form or just some regular Ninjago content, please consider subscribing. I absolutely adore talking about Ninjago, and stuff like this is the reason why I do it. So if you do like it, there will be plenty more within the future and also in my catalogue of the past. If you do want to support this channel any further though, you do not have to whatsoever. But if you did, you can join the channel members that you are seeing right here. You guys are the reason as well why I do this. Your support genuinely means so much to me, and it's the reason why I do it. I thank you so much. Honestly, your appreciation and your support of what I do here means the world to me. But with all of that, thank you very much for watching this video, and like I said, I hope you enjoyed. Now take care, and I will see you soon. Okay,